show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, it's part of the show.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You know, this is, excuse me, a damn fine cup of coffee. A damn fine cup of coffee. A damn fine cup of coffee.
Ooh, my mic was open that whole time. Derp. What are you new? What are you new? Hey, how's it going, everybody? Hello, hello, hello. What ho? Welcome back to another exciting adventure of the Ubercast. Featuring the Red Hen Radio playlist, because this is where I have discussions with other content creators that I watch and participate in. So if you are subscribed to my channel, I'm not sure where I'm going with this. Can't remember I don't know why I was going there with that, what I just said. So I am just waiting. Let's see. Let me bring this over here. No, not that. Hold on. Let me bring this over here. No, that's not what I want. I forgot I did that. Ay, ay, ay. What am I new? What are you new? Hey, forget about it. Hey. Okay, so what I'm going to do is probably just play this. And let it be, this is 15 minutes. So I'll put that on mute. I'll play some music. And then we'll just wait for the magic to happen. Oops. So this is a sailboat that is miles and miles and miles and miles away, and it just never disappeared. It was a really, really intense day for me with this. It was a beautiful experience. I love it. I love this hobby. All right, so what I have to do is do this. Nothing yet. So the steadiness of the camera, right? Because there's a bit, I'm sure there was wind, but you can just see the stability of the camera is shaking every once in a while. It's got to be the wind. Well, like I said, I've been filming this sailboat for quite a while I was set up, and you can see the hull the entire time. And here, this is what I call infinity. This is what I call infinity. Like, you can't see beyond that, you know? And then if you were to just zoom in on this, it would just wash out and just, you would just go into infinity, you know? You're just looking, like this part right here, ugh. I wanted so bad to be able to radio these people and get their coordinates. But, you know, this is the limitation of visibility from the height that I'm making my observation near the water tower area. And like I said, this boat has been just sailing away and sailing away and sailing away, but you can clearly still see the hull. So I think I was trying to set up to make sure that the sailboat was moving, because it just seemed like it wouldn't disappear. Just kept waiting for either a mirage, you know, I thought that it was going to get far enough away, but I don't know how this is. Alright, so it looks like there's a couple of people watching, I think. Have you guys hit that like? Smash that. So it looks like there's... Smash that like, right? Share this show, because we want to create a community for people to have conversations in the chat. So as we go through this, you know, just trying to find a nice clear shot, because you have different layers of depth here. And in terms of compression and foreshortening, you know, you can clearly see the the light shining here off the waves, but as soon as it gets to this point here, it just washes out. But there's two layers. There's a thin gray layer here, a dark gray layer, and then a thick band here. And this is just like infinity. I'm gonna try to, let's see, you know what, here we go. Here we go. I think if I'm gonna leave this boat, or if I'm gonna leave the camera here and let the boat move away from the camera, then that should show us that the boat is moving. And again, the camera's jiggling, but I'm saying, you know, in terms of whether or not the boat makes it over here and the camera is basically stationary, I want to make sure that the boat is sailing away. But then there's an idea in terms of, like, is it sailing laterally so that it's not going to get farther away from me? But look at, if you can see the billowing of the sail here, I would assume that that means that the wind is catching it this way and driving it east. So I'm on the west, and now it's going east, and it's just going away and going away and going away, but it just never disappeared. So now you can clearly see that there's a space between the pointer from where I started. Even though the camera is jiggling because of the wind, the boat clearly is sailing away. Now, I could be wrong at this point, because what I'm trying to say is that up to this point, this is distance here, whereas when I started filming this boat, it was closer to me, so it's going away, it's going away, it's going away. So at this point, this is why I'm saying I don't think that it's moving laterally, although I have absolutely no way to verify that, right? So I would just keep taking it that this was moving farther away into the distance, and it just never disappeared. So I've got 3 likes, and it doesn't say how many people are watching accurately, I don't think. It says there's 1 watching. So I'm just going to hang out here until I get this green light from the boys. Alright, so I zoomed in on that. I'm going to take the pointer down now. I've also changed the levels because this was just a very milky day. I can show you. Okay, so now it's moving. I think now the camera's steady again. So let's bring the pointer down here and see if we can get some distance. And if you can see that the energy flow is to the south, at least. If I'm west and this is east and left is north and right is south, that's the way I'm speaking about this. But if you look out here, you can clearly see the ether is flowing to the right. And I have found in my own observations that when the ether is high and it looks like it's a massive gale of just torrential energy that's flowing, just this current. I mean, that's why we call it that, right? It's a current, it's energy, it's a field, and it's not wind. And then if you were out there in it, you wouldn't know. There's no physicality to it. So now I'm moving the camera, okay. See if I can get stable in a minute and go back to it. I've got numerous videos where I've tried to catch the flow of the ether, because on the Chesapeake Bay I have it flowing both north and south at the same time. So when I'm up to the left of my filming station, hold on, I lost my train of thought. I need to get this back here. So when I set up my station to film and I go to the left, I will see the ether flowing either to the right or to the left. And then if I pan down toward the south, at some point it'll flip and it'll be flowing in the opposite direction. So the flow goes toward itself. You know, I'm sure there's some kind of, I don't even know if there would be some kind of vortex that it would create with the two flows coming into each other. Okay, so it seems to me that even though the stability of the camera is jiggling because of the wind, that the boat is continuing to increase in distance. But we can just we can continually see, like, you can say if you want, oh yeah, that sailboat's over the curve, but you can't see that. And I'm saying that you can't see it because of the condition of the medium through which you were looking and the limitation of the device that we're looking at, which would either be our eyes. You know, if I zoomed out and let this, you know, go recede into the distance, you would lose any resolvability with your naked eye. You know what I mean? You would just see almost something like as big as this bird that would be out. Like if I zoomed out right now, then the size of the sailboat here would, if I zoomed out, it would be just this big, right? With your naked eye, you would see the sail. You'd be like, oh yeah, I know that's a sailboat, but you wouldn't be able to say, oh yeah, that's over the curve. And right here, clearly we've got these layers of color. And then right here is where it's like the event horizon. This is just gonna go. Well, this is just the best way I can just, you know. Oops, I thought I pushed play again. There should be a warning that pops up here when it registers the fact that I speak with the mic muted, but it doesn't. But, you know, so right now I haven't been paying attention in the last few minutes because I was checking something on the stream. But you can clearly see that the boat is increasing distance away from where we started, you know? And I just kept waiting for something to change here, and the only thing that's changing is the angular size through the conditions of the medium. But I got some amazing footage here. I still haven't gone through it. I have so many pictures from the city. It's absolutely beautiful. And it would be like, you know, watching someone's vacation photos. But, you know, just check this out. You know, like, look out here, right here. You've got another thin gray band, a dark gray band, and a thin gray band here. And now it's right on top of it. You know, this is, in my opinion, again, this is going away into the distance. But, it's just not. You would think that at some point that the hull and the body and the deck and everything's right here. There's nothing missing. You know, like if this boat were closer right here, you know, there's the hull. It's just right there. and then here it's just holding it in perpetuity. Don't hurt yourself, kid. All right, so I have somebody watching right now, but you're not making any comments. Can you please say hello? Hi, I'd love to hear from you. I'd love to ask you how you're doing because, you know, I care about the well-being of your heart, soul, mind, and strength. Being facetious because I was strongly encouraged by a father figure not to be negative Nancy and be all caustic and be like, what the Smurf, you guys? Smurfing, step up to the plate, you know? And so now, it looks, maybe I'm just not remembering how thick the band was, but it looks like it's a little bit thicker here. Are you knocking? Yeah. Okay, hold on. Alright, I was back. Did you miss me? Alright, so let's go back just a little bit. You've got 3 boats here. Okay, so we have 3 boats. Oh, there it is. Join the call. Alright, I've got to close off my camera here. I got to close my camera here because I'm going to be going into the Skype call. So here we go. Shut her down, boys. Shut her down. Let's see if this works.
Shredded. Now you'd think that would hurt my headache, but 80s music does not hurt my headache because
you're a Van Halen chick.
Exactly, it's part of my vibe. I know. Like it's covered in shit. It's like, you know,
I feel like clipping out. Is the microphone away from you? Yeah.
It's by a candle. Maybe that affects it. How's that? Is that better?
That's,
Yeah.
You still sound like you're not close to it or something.
How do I... Alright, so I think my microphone's still open here for me. Yeah, okay.
I'm changing colors.
Can you guys hear me?
I can.
Okay. I can't get my other camera switched over. I'm on my laptop right now, but I wanted to go over my other camera and I don't know how to switch it. I mean, I know how, but I don't know why it's not. But wish I could narrow down that field. I don't want that whole thing. I want it laid like this. Alright, so a needle pulling thread.
Dude, the thermostat's what makes it all work. That's what ties the room together.
It's recognized.
Because I'm streaming on my channel.
Oh, yeah.
So I was using my camera earlier, and then I realized that I wouldn't be able to use the camera for both platforms. So then I tried to close down the camera, but it's still keeping it open. So, all right, whatever. Whatever. Was Walt shredding earlier? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, I was, because usually it isn't picked up in the background, like the guitar and all that never comes through on the mic when I'm sitting here with everybody else. I'm always playing, but for some reason.
Yeah, because I'm going to be looking here.
Well, I see that Ark of the Diver album behind you, you fucking amazing dude.
You know, what the sad thing is that I am like a wannabe, because I've probably only listened to half of the albums that are on here. But yeah, I'm
that was the side one only, or whatever side Ark of the Diver was on. The rest of the other side never was. It was too groovy and old.
This one's washed out by the light, but this is Seals and Crofts, and then this is Robin Trower here. I got a Robin Trower, a couple of his albums. And then you've got these blank spaces here. I've tried to attach these to the wall. I emptied out, so it's just an empty sleeve. But it doesn't matter. I've used Velcro and I've used putty to keep it. So I've got blank spots here that are usually filled in. But, yep.
I think Zach fixed the microphone thing. It was on the wrong microphone. Is that better?
Yeah.
So much better? Okay, I don't need it now.
So, a needle pulling thread.
You like that, right? Come on now.
Now it's just stuck.
I know. I created that when I was a kid. I have no idea why it came to my head, but every time somebody says so, and now my oldest son does it all the time, because I say so when I'm like, he's like, needle. So my own kid does it now.
Law, a note to follow, so.
T. Hey, have you seen that that meme with Maria sitting in front of the children with the guitar, and then it does the Rage Against the Machine "fuck you, I won't do what you tell me," and she's just doing it over and over and over again. That's so hilarious. I love that. Cammy, I have a challenge for you, but we'll bring it up later.
All right, I have a sad story. Y'all are hitting on the pipes and mine's in the other room, so I'm gonna have to step away. I'll be back.
Oh man, so I told you guys, I think I told you that I made a new batch of infused oil, and so I used a tablespoon this morning to see how good it was, and it took, I swear, probably like 3 hours before it hit me. But when it did, man, it was full force.
Guess we're pretty damn close.
Oh, that's why that happens. Okay.
Oh, I need a lighter. Stop the presses.
Alright, so I need a blank thread. Alright, what am I trying to think about what I'm doing right now? What was I gonna do? 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 Oh, I was gonna try to change screens, right? I can't remember how do I do that? Can I bring in, can I add the Skype call? Display capture, window capture, VLC source, image slideshow, browser source, input audio, display. Huh, maybe I can do that. I'm not going to be able to do this. I mean, I am, but...
I'm starting off fresh, and I feel good. I look good. I smells good. I am good.
Thank God it's Friday. It's Friday, my dudes.
Happy Friday, my friend.
Happy Friday to all my friends and TGIF to you all. Welcome to Have No Sphere right here, Iron Realm Media podcast channel. That's right. The days are counting down. It shan't be much longer. Maybe. Until we're at least able to stream live to the Iron Realm Media main channel. Whether we're willing, that's a different matter. Let's jump right in and say hello to everybody, starting off with, we're going to mix it up. We're going to start with Mr. Walter Johnson, because I'm so excited that he was able to play his guitar and talk at the same time, and we could hear everything happening all at once with great sound levels. How exciting is that? Walter Johnson, Flat Earth Head there on YouTube. That's awesome.
If I could find the mute button, there it is. Yes, that is quite awesome. I don't know what changed. I don't know. I didn't change any settings, so who knows? I may rep or two later at the end of the thing and stuff. Get us kicked off here before we get off to the other one.
Yeah, I didn't change.
Yeah, Good Friday. Who knows, dude? They change stuff on this app every other minute, it feels like. So, but yeah, I can say hey to people, I guess. Wait, move the game controller out of my. Hi, how are you all?
Hey.
It's good here.
Oh, that
It's
background
good.
is
Good Friday.
awesome, dude.
Oh, I know, right?
How did you do
It
that?
is indeed.
What,
I'm
is that
just
a
good
picture?
like that. Right, I know Donnie. Well, Donnie's my friend.
Y'all gonna make
Right.
shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to get some magnets and have
Just
a black fridge and yeah.
Had
You
some
can see
woody.
the cat here on my refrigerator. Good God, I just noticed that. Anyway, but yeah, shout out to the man himself, Flat Earth Farms, Daryl Davis. I saw that in my pictures, like, oh, what? That'll be a perfect background. Nice. Yes, sir. We are all the best people are. Really, Travis.
Yeah, my shit's just
All
not
the
even.
best people are. Yep, Good Friday. Got a slight nap in. It's going to rain and storm here at some point this evening, and we're being told. And I do see it getting really dark kind of early. So if I do suddenly disappear, it was most likely electricity related. Hopefully it won't get that way, but they are saying it's supposed to be pretty stormy. So we'll see what happens. But I'm here now. That's what's cool. And there's other cool people here, so why don't I shut up? You heard me rambling a lot this morning and other mornings and many mornings. By the way, happy Corporation Formation Day yet again.
Yeah, since he seems to be otherwise occupied, we're going to say hello to Mrs. Cammy Nodal. You might
Yes.
her from her channel, Aisling717, here on the YouTubes. Cammy, how are you doing, my dear?
Hey, good to be here. We're having a good, what did you call it, Incorporated Day? Also known as Happy
Corporation
Birthday, Zach.
Formation Day. Yeah.
Incorporation and formation, we'll call it creation. The beauty of creation. Nope. Having the good old happy birthday. It is dark and gloomy here. It is, the sun has not come out once all day
Wow,
at
you're all the way
3:30.
over there too, huh? So they've really got the whole like southern, southeastern, all of it done.
Midwest.
Yeah,
It's been dark and gloomy here all day too.
Yep, we go into, I think we go officially into a blood watch in 6 minutes, but maybe they changed it because it's not supposed to start raining until 9. So
it rains blood where you guys live?
something like that. But yeah, we're supposed to rain all night long and then go into thunderstorms tomorrow. But yep. But it's been a good happy birthday though. We've been watching movies and something called Ted Lasso and you know, just chilling.
Yes.
You like the Ted Lasso? Yeah, we're liking the Ted Lasso.
Look, I was talked into watching it against my better judgment because I don't do sports balls. It's not about sports ball.
No, it's a fun show. Most of the sports shows like that really are. So yeah, it's a cute one. We're really enjoying it, or at least I am. And I think we should talk to the birthday boy.
Yeah.
Good idea. Let's say hello to Mr. Zachary Zabala. He's got a channel here on the YouTube's Good Times for All, and it is his corporation formation day. Zach, happy birthday, be Earth Day, all that good stuff. Glad you're here with us. How in the world has your day been, sir?
Oh, well, thank you everybody for all the wishes and all that good stuff. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. But yeah, it's been a great day. Had to go next door and finish up a little job I was doing. And, you know, the job took me like 20 minutes, maybe half hour to just finish up. You know, it was just touching up a little bit here and there, painting. And then like 45 minutes of her deciding where pictures were going to go on the wall. Yeah. And she kept asking me, well, where do you think they should go? It's like, I mean, you can ask Cammy. It's like pulling teeth asking me my opinion about home decor. It's like, I don't care.
It's true. It's true. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't
Just
matter.
tell me where
Wherever
you want
it to go, I'll put it up.
That's the right place. I'll put it up.
I'll drill holes. I'll put in, you know, I'll do all that kind of stuff. Anything.
And I'm not even
I'll do it. But don't.
And I'm
ask.
not awful when you move. You know, say redo it again, but just don't ask me where it goes. Yeah, or does it look good?
Yeah, no, I'll move
like,
it 10
I don't know. I
times
don't
if you
care.
want. Yeah, wherever you want it to go, I'll put it there. But yeah, just tell me, ask me where, please.
He doesn't get it, no help whatsoever. I told him, you should have told her, at my house, I don't know, but I always know at other people's houses where everything should go. I do. It's like I can look at other people's houses and say, oh my God, you got this all wrong. This is, we have in the past, and this is deranged and wrong, but we have gone and stayed at bed and breakfasts and things where we've just like, feng shui the room a little bit or made it where it really has like so much better. Not really. Usually we buy a little something, because we are moving some stuff around, and we haven't had people complain about it. But yeah, I've rearranged furniture and it's looked better. I mean, when we did the one in Canada and changed the big unit, he was like, "You guys are right. No, don't move." Because he came in as we were getting ready to move. We took like those seating pit areas and moved those floors. That was fun. That was a fun project. We had a lot of people doing it with them. We kind of took snapshots, and we're going to set that one back. But overall, I asked the people, and they haven't wanted it back before. It's just plain, what did you want it back now?
So what's that guy's name? So now you know.
What guy's name?
So now you know.
So, Dear Modern. Dear Modern is the YouTube channel for the little, you have
interior decorating, how to design a house and decorate and all that kind of stuff.
So it works, and he'll say, what do you do? Like, you have a 10-foot by 10-foot bedroom and have to sleep 3 people or whatever, or have a man. No. This go here, just go there, and now you know. It's like, I'm so glad. No, you never want your feet to. Now you know. He has the stuff that you can't like be facing the bathroom, else you'll flush your, stuff down, and all of that stuff going in, or you have to move it offset from the door, so energy flows good. But you need to know these things, and if you watch Dear Modern, you will. Now you know.
I'll have to go now. Hey, before we get too far from the birthday wishes, real quick, I see in chat. Happy chocolate birthday to you, Sherry Ives. Yesterday was your chocolate day, so happy chocolate day to you.
Happy birthday, belated. Shit, yeah. chocolate queen. So we are joined. I guessed.
Infamous? Infamous?
We all know.
I apologize that I can't look at you guys because you're up here on my screen so that I'm sharing it with my audience, but then you're over here on my thing, so this is where the camera is. I'll try to look over here at you guys. So, hello, what ho? What's going on, guys?
Travis.
Yeah. Throwback there. That's a big throwback right there.
Look at it. How loud is your horn in your car?
In the car that I'm driving now?
Yeah.
Oh, it's just the basic, you know.
You need to do that thing. I mean, you can't end it just because you don't have the big blowhorn, the trucker blowhorn.
I'll have to try to remember that. Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
It's not about the size of the horn, Travis.
Ah, I gotcha.
Travis, can I sponsor an air horn? Can we get an Iron Realm Media air horn sponsorship? Can I buy you a small compressor with some air horns?
That'd be good.
And mount that bitch.
You find someone to hook it up.
As long as I get some alternating.
Oh, you want like tones and stuff?
You know, might as well go all out.
Well, that's lots of horns.
I'm a horny guy.
All plays
You have to get Dixie.
I don't know if I can do that. I like looking this way. So,
be inclusive, man. Inclusive.
You can't even say the words way down yonder.
Yeah, I don't know how well Dixie would go over up north.
Yeah, but you know, I mean, anymore that kind of that generation that's familiar with that narrative, you know.
Yeah.
You know, even with the millennials today, they wouldn't have any idea about, you know, what. It's just.
Duke boys.
Yeah.
That's that time. The Duke boys is over in Cooter County getting in trouble with balls out.
Cute.
Oh, look, there's Brian in chat saying if you get him there, he'll hook it up for you. I'm dead serious. You can get a small little 12-volt compressor, just like a little kit, an air horn kit that installs right in under your hood.
Are you talking in the chat? Is it Brian Seavey?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay, yeah. I can meet up with him easy. But.
You use Amazon?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Josh is plotting.
I am plotting. Once I get all these decals cut, I'll send him some decals too. You can slap some decals on the horn.
I might, you know, depending on where I'm going to be. Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
I just was going to tell you locally at our wall store that don't pay me enough to say their name right is a lot of that stuff on clearance right now, like boxes of stuff, like cut out stickery stuff, t-shirt iron-on transfery stuff, and it's all that cricket related thing. That's what you got, right, cricket?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh, and they're all
locally and see if that's happening, like across. Maybe they're getting rid of that in their stores. I don't know. It could just be.
So they're templates for you to use yourself.
But I don't really know enough about. I just saw like hanging skinny boxes and big flat boxes, and it was all. I saw like transfer, iron-on, sticker. You know, I saw all kind of stuff here. So if it's priceable enough to get and send to you, I can do that if it's nothing going on in your area. But sometimes when that happens, it's happening in all of them. You know what I mean? Or at least here it does. Like stuff here go on in the electronics and suddenly hit the clearance aisle, and that'll be happening in all their stores. You know, 50, 60-mile radius. So I don't know. It could be happening there. Make our own damn shirts.
But what I was going to say was if I not if, but consider there it is, right? That's the hesitation. But in the Wanderlust on my way to Dallas to watch the eclipse, I could very easily come your way and just pick it up. You wouldn't have to mail it.
Oh, that'd be good. Of course, it'd be a lot less easy for Brian to hook it up, but.
Oh, well, that's true. But then, yeah,
home,
I got a buddy in Texas. He probably could help me out with that.
I imagine I could find somebody here that can hook up a 12-volt air compressor, little bullshit thing like that.
12 volt. 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 12
That's hilarious.
I want it loud. I want to be
real deep. Like a tugboat.
What if you get like the police multi-tone type?
Right.
Operate on those weird frequencies. Send a shiver down your spine.
Could you put it like underneath the back of the car somewhere? Facing a weird direction. Learn how to like throw it.
I don't know. I don't know if it's really gonna throw it so much. Maybe on the highway some.
It's just gonna be really loud.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just gonna be real loud to the people behind.
I say we get a brown sound generator and mount it in some tailgaters that just will not turn their fucking bright lights off.
We'll just get them a full frequency generator, get some acoustic levitation going so we can just bypass all the traffic.
Right? Fucking A.
That'd be awesome. Bed knobs and broomsticks style.
Yep. What does that mean? Bed knobs and broomsticks? I know the movie, but I don't know the reference in the movie.
It
Just floating away. Flying away.
Oh, okay.
Bed knobs and broomsticks meets Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
Oh man, I love Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. That movie is a top tier movie for me. I love it so much. P-O-S-H posh.
I don't remember all that well. I know I've seen it.
Yeah.
But I didn't see it all that many times.
I'm really curious as to the.
All I wanted as a kid was that car. I wanted that car in the world.
I don't know if you remember Walt or anyone else. Do you know what Chitty's license plate says?
Yeah, but I can't think of it offhand. If I really dig deep past these burnt cells, what is it again?
It's an enigmatic reference, but it's GEN11. So it's Genesis 11 or Genesis 11, which is the Tower of Babel. But it's just interesting that, there's this, I don't know, whether or not it, because Ian Fleming is the author of Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
Yeah.
So, there's got to be something encoded in that. I haven't thought to look it up. Maybe I should ask ChatGPT what if she can dig up, some archived interview where Ian tells us what Genesis or what GEN, but it would probably be just a spin on it, right? He wouldn't really tell us what it was.
Yeah, I'm kind of digging around right now just to see if there's any theories or whatever out there right now.
But I did a little search.
You can get your own.
I did a little search earlier on what the meaning of ChatGPT was, and the P stands for pre-programmed. And I thought that was really, really interesting. And I don't know if you've messed with it, anybody yet, but it's really interesting to. I think about this sometimes and then I forget to put two chats against each other and ask them the same question and see what answer gets generated. But just like we say, there's nothing free. So if you have this pharmaceutical offer that's free, right? You're the experiment, right? That's why they're giving it to you for free, because they're going to get their payback when you come in sick, having an effect based on what they gave you, right?
Right.
So it's the same concept.
Real quick, hold on to your hat there, Travis. What if those aren't numbers? What if those are referencing the letter I?
Forrest Gump style.
Or Gen style. GENII is the Latin word for a magical being or person.
Really? Genie. It's a genie.
Yeah. That's what it. Chitty was registered in the UK with the number plate Gen 11, right? But given to her by Ian Fleming, wrote the novel the film is based on. The registration spells the Latin word GENII, genie, whatever. That's crazy.
Wow, nice.
Yeah.
I like that.
I like that.
Run, man.
Apparently, it was a Ford I just saw it go by. Damn it.
Josh, why did you reference Forrest?
What was his?
Gianni.
Oh, Gianni.
Yeah,
Gianni, okay. All right.
A Ford Heritage at heart, apparently. Whatever that is. It weighed 2 tons. It was 17 feet long. Anyway. V6 engine. All right, that's enough shitty stuff.
Apparently, it didn't smell very good and went bang. What?
Brum-bum.
Brum-bum.
Speaking of bumps, one of my midlife crises in the past month, I started writing. Somebody's got an open mic with a lot of noise. Yeah, there it was gone. Thanks. Midlife crises. Oh, so I've always had these ideas for jokes in my mind, and when they come back up and around, I'm like, I should really write this down. So a couple of weeks ago, I started to try and write a set. Like if I could ever find an open mic place and have this tight set written. I'm trying to write comedy, and I've got some pretty good ideas, but I'd have to nip and tuck on there. I'm just curious if have you guys ever thought about like doing stand up, because it's interesting to me, especially George Carlin, Richard Pryor, Lenny Bruce, these guys that were standing up and speaking as satirists against culture. You know what I mean? Like that's what it's like. A comedian is a troubadour, so to speak, right? And so he's got a message, and that's his medium. It's humor to disarm, but then the truth is, in that humor. But I just think of it as a really interesting medium that if I could, because that there are comedians out there, you've seen it, I'm sure, that they do these stand-ups and they're like, they've got this flat earth bit, because of the topic right now. And I've seen a couple of them, and they're just horrible, They're like low-grade ballers that are just, laughing at the idea. But they have the platform to make fun of it. So if we could turn it around and make fun of them in that comedic setting, but at the same time bait them in with, a crafty way of drawing them into the criticism, and then find out that it's they who are being criticized. But anyway, if you guys have any machinations of bits in your mind, throw them my way, and we'll see if we can make it work, because I would really love to give stand-up a try as a bucket list.
Well, if the Earth were cats would have pushed everything off the edge.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And what's funny about that is that if I did open or say something like that, yeah, like if I did that as my opener, first thing out of my mouth, everybody would just fucking laugh right away. And in my mind, that's what you have to have as your hook. Like, if you don't have them laughing on your first bit, forget about it. You got to get them laughing.
It's the hub.
Flat Earthers have members all over the globe.
See, there you go. We're laughing, man. Zach's laughing. I'm laughing. Exactly, dude. Right? It's that easy. That's how easy it is. You just have the ball. You have to have the balls to stand up. And this is the thing that was an impetus for me, too, because I think about when I was still married, there was a holiday when I had to work and everybody went north and I was alone and I just got shit-faced. And at that time, I had never had cannabis, so I was just, drowning in liquor. And I started writing these, or not writing, but I started just monologuing, and recording myself. And I was being as vulgar as I could be in my mind, like just talking about whatever, saying whatever was coming into my head, because it's crazy. I don't know if you know the guy named Jeselnik. Can't remember his first name ever. But Jeselnik is such a dark comedian. He just says the darkest, things. And everybody just laughs and eats it up, And so, just swinging that pendulum in my mind. Anyway, so I've for the longest time been thinking about comedic stand-up, and then last year came across the marvelous Mrs. Maisel. Have you guys seen that?
Oh yes.
That is an amazing series. Absolutely. I crushed it in like 3 or 4 days. I could not stop watching it. It was absolutely just amazing. And so the whole thing is that the premise is that there's a married couple back in the 30s or 40s. Can't remember how far back it goes, but back in that time it was Lenny Bruce, so it's probably the 50s. Yeah. But so the dream of the husband of this couple, his dream is to be a stand-up comic. And so he would go and do stand-up, and the wife would take notes and whatnot. She would, say what laughed and this, that, and whatever. But he was stealing material from Bob Newhart. So he would just memorize Bob's stuff, get up and just say it, and whatever. So she thought that he was a brilliant comedian. But then she accidentally heard Bob Newhart's version, or on television. She's like, "Wait, how? Bob stole your bit. Bob's doing you." He's like, "No. I did him. Like everybody does it." So he blew it off. Like he's not writing his own material, right? But she had been taking all of these notes. She's got this thick notepad, right? So in her mind, she's already primed herself to be what he, the husband, had aspired to be, because she has the notebook and she is not necessarily. I mean, she's witty. Already you can see that in the background of the other aspects of the scenes. Anyway, so he bombs one night and then says to her, "I've been having an affair. I'm leaving you." So then she grabs the bottle of wine and starts walking around New York and just slugs it down. And she goes back to his comedy store or comedy bar. And she just wanders up onto the stage, and then she just turns around, and the spotlight is on her, and she just starts riffing, and she is just brilliant. It's amazing. But that's what it was. She was just a life situation comic, right? She would just talk about her life. And that's what you and I do. We sit around, we talk about our lives, and then we laugh at those situations, right? I mean, I just think that's the brilliance of how simple comedy is, in a sense.
Well, that whole idea of taking, trauma and turning it into comedy is like one of the keys to me of some of the best people out there. Like I like Jeselnik, or however you said the name. I never knew how to actually say it correctly, I guess. He definitely is dark. Stanhope, dude, Doug Stanhope, yes, no?
I don't think I've heard of that one.
Go down that rabbit hole.
Oh, yeah?
Go enjoy Doug Stanhope. You want a dark, funny, that makes me piss laugh. And just talk
make a note
about
for myself.
some really dark sides of life. Yeah, Doug Stanhope, he had a whole tour of dark, broken comedians he took on tour. It was pretty crazy to watch that little documentary about that. But yeah, that idea of just turning the pain into comedy. It works for
because what's interesting for me too is the conversations that I have as an Uber driver with my riders. We have natural comedic interactions that just happen. You know what I mean? So the conversations that I have with them, I want to always be recording, because I would go back and find out which thing worked in the conversation that was lighthearted or poignant and all, because it's just I just wish that there was this possibility of doing a Truman Show thing for myself, right? I can go off on some things, but anyway, so the comedy thing. I can't remember where I was going with that now. This is going to happen a lot because I'm going to forget what I was saying, so just be prepared, because that's what happens.
I've always been a bit of a smart ass. I even as a child, my parents would tell me, you got to think before you speak. You can't just, nobody likes a smart aleck. Don't be smart. And that was always a big thing. And then I realized quickly that if I didn't say it, it offered me a lot of time to refine in my brain that which I would have said. So by the time I got to school and was kind of class clownish, I had timing, and my brain was able to knew how I wanted to say things.
Right.
So I was spitting out shit that even my classmates wouldn't laugh at, but my teachers would roll. And that's how I basically got through most of high school, was being able to make my teachers laugh with more advanced humor. There was a little show called Seinfeld, and when I was a kid when it first came out, I was like, oh my god, the show is the fucking amazing. This dude is hilarious. This is the funniest shit I've ever seen. I've got to be a stand-up comic when I grow up because goddamn, I'm funny. He's funny. I can be funny like him. Not a problem.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then the like third season hit, and everybody else is like, "Oh my god, have you seen Seinfeld?" I'm like, "Yeah, it sucks. All you dumb bastards, you ruined it." Even today.
What do you mean? What do you mean? After the third season, you were like, "What? I don't understand why it got ruined for you."
It got too popular. Josh is just like me. If she get too popular, I back away from it.
Oh man, I'm not that fickle, but whatever.
Well, even now, if you watch TV shows, what was that Canadian show with Pitter Patter, Let's Get At Her? What was fuck? Why can't I remember the name of that show?
I know I'm trying now too. Fuck.
Anyway, you get shows that come out very organically and be like, "Oh my god, this show is awesome," and then people like it. So then,
and they start pushing into
production companies just start throwing money in. Like, "Oh my god, okay, so all the actresses need to start getting Botox. I don't care what you weigh, you all need to lose no less than 20 pounds. So everybody gets rail thin, but make sure your head looks real big so that we can call you a dum-dum to your face because you look like a silly little
Kenny.
That's
well, originally the fucking show was going to be him, like it was going to be his stand-up life. It was going to be half about his home life and half about shit on the road and him in the comedy clubs and on stage and shit. If you go back and watch the first episode, Elaine wasn't even in it. They had this waitress character who was going to be the female lead or whatever that was very grating character and didn't work out, and they got rid of her, and Elaine showed up, and George was totally not his, like, you know, later grading self and all that stuff. So like it morphed, like you say, into a whole different sitcom-y thing, but it started out being directly inspired by his stand-up. And I mean, I know people give him a lot of shit because his show got so huge, but that dude, like,
defined
comedy into a thing, dude. Yeah, like his daily like life was getting up and working at this as a job. He saw these fucking dudes going off doing like daily, you know, cleaning the streets and shit. It's like, if they can do that kind of dedication to their shitty job, I'm doing a job I like, I should be able to dedicate it like that too. And he turned it into that, where he wrote and practiced and refined and like, and then threw all that shit out, like threw it all out and went back into the comedy clubs and started over with fresh, dying on the stage nightly with bad material till he could refine it again. Yeah, go watch some of his like documentary things. It's pretty incredible.
Oh yeah.
You start putting focus groups in there and big producer money, and it just turns to shit. Like Letterkenny wasn't a YouTube show. It's like a YouTube channel. The guys say, "Hey, let's just write some funny skits and we'll all get some friends together and we'll act out these funny skits." Hence Letterkenny was born. Then they start throwing money at it, and then they try real hard because the guy, the main character, I mean, he was still the writer and he tried to keep that same vibe, but they were just throwing money at it, and it just changed, and it just ruins it. And I think Seinfeld was a little bit of the same way with too, but I've always been sort of contrarian in that way, that I'll like it as long as nobody else knows about it, but I'm not going to stand around the cooler and join in with a whole group of people talking about how cool it is. I'll be on to the next cool thing that they're going to find out in 6 months.
Wayne's World. That's what that whole movie's about. You know, it's like corporate gets a hold of it, and all of a sudden it just turns to shit.
Mm-hmm.
I've still never seen Wayne's World.
He was cute at the time.
You know, that this is another part of the amalgamation of everything that's in the insanity of whatever I am. You know, I've created at least 5 different podcasts, and you know, one of them that I would like to do is reactions to movies that I haven't watched, or you know, I might watch over again because of the analyzing it in terms of seeing what might be deeper in the meanings of the movies that are out there. And I just like, I see the the channels that I watch, and they're really large channels, and right now at this point their production level is just off the charts. And one of the channels, you know, he's able to hire somebody to start to do the editing for him now, right? He's at that, right? Because, you know, all of the spiritual gurus say your greatest treasure is lying in the back of that cave that you refuse to go into. You know? And that's you go into the cave and it starts to get dark and you're like, oh shit, I can't see, and then you back out of the cave, and then it's like 6 months later and you're like, I should go back in the cave. You know what I mean? But it's like this for me. Like, this to me is an interesting dialogue to where people would hear somebody who's, you know, like, there's a really good philosophical spiritual comedian called Pete Holmes. Have you guys seen him?
No.
Yeah, dude, he's like, I got turned on to him watching the Doug Benson Experience. He would show up on there like every other week and just sit in their basement and get baked and talk about stuff like comedy and shit. If you've never checked out the Doug Benson,
yeah, I don't know who that is.
Getting Doug with High.
Getting Doug with High.
Getting Doug with High. I don't even know if it's a thing anymore. I don't even know. I think he probably did that whole thing where he'll do like 5 or 10 minutes on YouTube now and then send you to a real channel that you can actually watch shit on.
And what is his name?
Where he's at. They started. But Doug Benson, he did that thing Super High Me. Yeah, Josh, that is correct.
You said Super High Me?
Like, yeah, he went 30 days without smoking. 30 days with no smoking. Did all these tests, like intelligence, health. Talked to doctors. He did a psychic fucking test. He did all this stuff after 30 days of being straight, and then he smoked all day, every day for 30 days. And did all the same, like edibles, everything. From the time he woke up, the time he went to bed, and did all the same tests again, and usually did better in all of them, including got lucky on the fucking psychic.
Oh, yeah?
It's great. Yeah, it's great. It's
Huh.
really funny. And so he started doing a little thing on his channel where he would sit in a basement area and get people to come over. He's had Jack Black. He's had Pete Holmes on a lot. He goes down there a lot, and they just sit and get baked for an hour or two, and it's great. Now, that was back 3 or 4 years ago. Like I said, now I think it's kind of like, hey, here we are. Come see us on the real channel, wherever it's at. But yeah, definitely love me some Pete Holmes.
And he's deeply philosophical and spiritual. Like, he has this really interesting, gentle appeal to the audience. Like, he'll lower his voice and I can't even do it. It's very soft. But he's like, oh my, it just draws you in. And then he's talking about God, and he's talking about reality, and he's talking about, you know, and it's just wow. You know, but it's just so simple because I've had those conversations just naturally, you know? And it's got to get to the point to where it's almost like, you know, you've almost got, well, I'm just going to say it this way. Like, if I was a rock band or whatever, like, we got to do bubblegum pop to get everybody to love us, and then we're going to go and switch it and go back to prog rock. You know what I mean? Like, because if we go prog rock, no one's going to listen to us because they don't like it. But if we start off poppy, then we can switch and just kind of, right? You know what I mean? So, like, I would have to be, you know, just stupid funny to get that audience to follow me. Because if I started, like tonight, if I just went out to some open mic place and started being who I was, I don't think I would be that great with the audience. You know what I mean? Because they're like, I don't know who this guy is. Like, I'm not really sure what his vibe is. Like, where is he coming from? Like, what's he, you know what I mean?
No, it's like a lot of the greats, even like the first time I heard Gilbert Gottfried speak normally, I was like, what the fuck?
That's like Alex Michael, right?
That's Gilbert Gottfried. Yeah, exactly. You think Alex Michael's going to come up and sound like this? Hey, how's it, you know? He comes up and he sounds kind of like John Lennon a little bit, you know? It's crazy.
Yeah.
That's what a shtick is, isn't it? I mean, if you can live that shtick and keep your private life private and your public face public and keep that...
Well, there's a lot of comedians who went into character and never went out. I mean, fucking Paul Rubens, you know? He got to a point where he could hardly talk without sounding like Pee-wee. But before that, when you saw him non-Pee-wee like, he was a totally, like, he did a, you know, totally different people, totally different characters. I just dropped in the real, I'm sorry, what?
Nothing, I was being stupid.
Oh, paging Mr.
Right?
Oh man, he's usually got that spoiler.
You wouldn't like
Dottie. Come on, Dottie.
There's things about me you shouldn't.
Oh God. That was so awesome.
Anyway, I dropped a link in the chat and in the Skype call chat for you there, Travis. It's an actual episode with Pete Holmes that I was talking about there on the Doug Benson thing. And from there, you should be able to find more of the Doug Bensons with guests you would want to see. Like I said, the one with Jack Black broke my brain because their whole shtick, like on the, I don't know if you ever watched the Tenacious D thing that was on HBO.
No.
Oh, they were great. They were great. Musical and funny and comedy, but they were always getting high. That was their shtick. They were stoner little guitar dudes. And he got on this fucking Doug Benson podcast. And as it began, we realized he had a safe word with his wife who was off camera because he apparently doesn't smoke a whole lot. And dude, he got baked to the point where he was acting. Yeah, I don't want to spoil anything. It was it was crazy.
You talking about Jack Black got that way?
You can imagine. Jack Black, yeah, he got that way. Like you couldn't even believe how he was acting. It's like the most noob, like popcorny, stony dude that's never smoked in his life. It was great.
Yeah.
But doing that comedy thing to the point of, like you said, being able to hide the brilliance in it, like George Carlin did, like Bill Hicks did. I mean, and there's music. I mean, they're like that idea of using the pop, but still hiding things. And I mean, that band I don't know if I turned anybody on to it today, but the band I played this morning had Josh play the 21 Pilots thing. That's one of the things about them. They are very youth and pop and raps in it, and there's all this real aimed at a certain radio-y thing, but when you dig deep, they're talking about demons and fighting the darkness and what goes on when we sleep, and yeah, they're hiding a lot in their pop music.
Yeah, but see, look, that's a bit of my conspiracy theory. This is my own personal, rabbit hole, that when you have artists like your typical Granny Smith and Grandpa Joe, your typical normie, isn't that deep, right? You have to have exposure to particular ideas to even begin to then be poetic about it, right? So in my opinion, this is just me again, like I'm just going to say it this way, and I know I'm probably way off, but it's just, to say it for shock value, like everyone who makes it like 21 Pilots, they were already in the club. They were already in the club. And they know everything. They've been exposed to it. They've been able to practice it. And so it's like they do the lucid dreaming, right? They do all of the things that they're singing about. And we just think, just like in Hollywood, this is just a story that's being sung to us. There's nothing real about it. You know what I mean? But again, that's just me. Like, I don't believe that I could make it in Hollywood. I'm not in the club. I'm not in the club.
I don't think you could do the things you would have to do to get into the club.
Well, what I'm saying though is that, and I think that there's a certain, I'm going to say it this way too, like maybe once in a while they bring in just this plain Jane from Nebraska, that's just cornflake girl. But for the most part, they are the inbred elite. They are Hollywood. You know what I mean? If you think back to even the Bridges, like Beau Bridges had Lloyd Bridges had Beau and Jeff, right? That's a family history in Hollywood, right? That's generational. And so there are other stars now in Hollywood that are probably Jeff Bridges' children. And we just don't know it because they don't have the same last name. Just like Kate Hudson, is Goldie Hawn's daughter, right?
So look how many Sheens are floating around out there.
Know what I mean?
I'm sorry, the Estevezes. Not
what about
Sheen, that was the stage name.
Corey's and what was it, the Island Boys? So they do bring in the occasional plain Jane, but they also have all these kids that, hey, come to my island and baby, I will make you a star. And every once in a while, by God, they do. They take these kids that they've abused and they will prop them up and put them on the big screen. And here you go, Corey Haim and Corey Feldman. By God, they would have been stars. They were stars for their brief flash in the pan career that they had if they would have learned to handle their abuse and their trauma better, they would have just gone on to rule Hollywood, like the people that rule Hollywood now do. That's all they've managed to do, in my opinion, is handle this stress and trauma that's been hoisted upon them, or that they have hoisted upon others, and that's what keeps them there in Hollywood. And they just learn to deal with that trauma.
You guys know the boxer Ryan Garcia?
No.
You see what he came out and said? He's young, maybe mid-20s, something like that. Maybe not even that old. I'm not sure how old he is. But he did that Bohemian Grove thing. But he said he's been in this pretty much his whole life. Like, since he was 2, he can remember the trauma starting.
Yeah, I mean...
Well, I get that. I agree with a lot of that. We've seen it. We know it. We do see that. But as you all know, I know you've had those experiences where you're sitting there watching the movie and that thing they say or they do hits you in that right spot and makes those chill bumps, those truth bumps hit, because what was just said is true. There's no doubt. You know it in your soul. The whole movie's full of other bullshit, propaganda, whatever. Same thing with the music. It's full of bullshit. It's full of evil people. It's full of people who go in their back room and get their evil shit put into the albums. We all know that. But we also know we have discernment and vibrational frequencies that know things. And for me, every band that I got deep into, it was for that reason, that in their lyrics, in their music, in their song, they were saying shit about the real stuff. The endless cycle of reincarnation we're stuck in here, the fucking evil shit that we fight on a daily basis. They talk about it to a point. 2 albums, 3, maybe just 1 great one. And after that, they inevitably have to go back and pay their due to the fucking chief. And then the album comes out and you hate every song on it. It sounds like fucking dribble. You fucking despise it. Alter Bridge had one. It's called The Last Hero. I hate that album. I don't listen to it. It's not in, I don't own it. I didn't buy it. You could tell they were talking about shit about to happen because it got into stuff about what happened during the quarantine and about voting. And I'm like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? And I was mad. Like, I was done with that band. And then the next album came out and they were back on their good shit again. They had to pay their due to get the good shit out because these fuckers like to play. They like to gamble. They like to give us enough shit to figure it out because they're doing everything they can to keep us from doing it. And it's part of the energy they suck off of us. It's that whole game that we're trying to figure out. They get that energy too. Anyway, I'm rambling. I'll stop.
Well, I mean, what you're saying reminds me of what I've thought about in terms of, you know, Hollywood. Again, Hollywood is just spell casting, reality, meta narrative, just, you know, disinformation, propaganda, and then reality and truth, you know. But, fuck, where was I going? Doggone it. Darn you, Mary Jane.
She's a fickle mistress.
What did you say? Because, like, maybe go back and... I was going to say something very funny. Not funny, but whatever. Yeah, I can't remember what I was saying now.
No, I don't know.
Drat. Say it again, Walt. What were you just talking about?
Well, just about the artists who do their truths and do their reveals until they can't do it anymore, and then they have to
Hollywood,
do the bullshit. Yeah, they have to pay the toll. They have to suck the beast, whatever you want to call it.
Re-education.
And that album comes out and you hate it. You don't buy it. You hate the video. You hate all the things about it. And hopefully the next album comes out and it's better. I mean, even 21 Pilots had an era where I wasn't into them. I was just talking about that.
I remember what it was. I remember what it was now. So in this discussion, when we talk about the dark powers and then we, the ignorant people, so to speak, it made me think of the correlation of the Force. Right? Because I think we all here would acknowledge the reality of the ether, the force, the energy, right? We live in an energetic, dynamic system, right? So there is energy, right? Out there. So then how are you going to use that energy? Are you going to cast spells that mislead and deceive for your good, right? That is a Sith, right? And then, or are you going to use the Force for good? And so when you have this, dynamic, because like when I've talked to my mom about, the corruption of the government, and she says, "Look, well, I can see it over here, but it can't be everywhere," or whatever. The reason why she says that is because she wouldn't do that kind of wicked thing, right? That's the way. That's a person's default. Like they wouldn't believe that the government would do that because I wouldn't do that, But that then shows the sanity of us and the insanity of them, because they would do that, And so then you have the dark side and you have the Jedi and you have the Sith in reality. How do you use the Force? Right? Because your energy affects other people. Your words affect other people. Your thoughts affect other people. Right? I mean, that the Force is real. Right?
Oh, yeah. The power is there. It just depends on where you vibrate in it.
And so what I'm trying to suggest as well is that I think that the powers that be actually are able to do these things that they show us in the movie, like telekinesis and all this shit, right? Like they know how to access that stuff. And then they show us that it's real, but we don't believe that it's real. I mean, it's just, I think of the cartoon from, was it DreamWorks? I think it was DreamWorks. And the Truth Drop movie was called Onward, right? It's all about myth and sorcery having gone on the wayside. And they show you this scene, and I loved it because I was the only one who laughed in the theater because I was the only one that got what they were saying. But it was a brilliant scene where you have this sorcerer, this master, who can conjure fire with his hand, right? And he's trying to teach his apprentice to do it, and the guy's going, and it's just going, and then you hear this cheering behind you or whatever, and then the camera pans to the back, and there's a scientist engineer who flips a switch and turns a light on in the room, and everybody's like, oh. And then the sorcerer's apprentice leaves the sorcerer and goes to the easy way, right? So then he leaves the old path, but the old path is there. Magic is real. I mean,
absolutely.
But so what I'm saying is that when you have an artist who then tells a story like Wrapped Around Your Fucking Finger, which is an amazing song, but it is deeply esoteric, and it is more than he should have known about. Sting or Andy Summers or whoever allegedly wrote the song, right? I don't even think that most of those songs were written by the artists. They were given these songs.
Under the Silver Lake, right?
I was trying to remember the name of it.
Was that a movie?
Yeah, remember that scene?
Yeah.
I know you've seen it because I know you were here when we showed it. Where it shows the guy that lives on the cliffside.
Oh, yeah.
Castle.
Yeah, yep.
He's got Hendrix's guitar and Kurt Cobain's guitar
Yep.
and all these.
Yep.
And he was like, yeah, and then he's like, and I wrote this, and he starts playing Bach's like fifth.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
like,
right.
it
But
makes
maybe
start
that's, you know what,
wondering.
Zach, you just decoded that. So like, that's probably where I got the idea to say that, I understood what was happening. Like, they're showing us like, the scene at the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark, and Indiana Jones goes, they have no idea what they've got, and they're wheeling the Ark into this just cavernous, just this endless eternity of history that they're telling you, we are hiding these things from you. And we think, oh, that was a great movie. And you're just like, you missed the point at the end, So I'm watching that movie and I'm like, oh, I get what they're saying. I get that joke. Anyway, so my point is that I think that a lot of the messages that come to us in these songs, either those people are so deep, because you like, otherwise you're just blowing smoke. If somebody, I don't know, I guess you could write a song about love if you've never been in love. I suppose that's possible. But someone who's actually been in love can actually write it with, you know, just, you know, full on passion and zeal and zest and color, you know. So I'm just really skeptical about that whole facade of everything that's out there, you know. Especially when you see that, I'm sorry, just real quick, especially when you see, you know, the alleged reference to all of the presidents being related and all going back to royalty. You know what I mean? Like, that's fucking weird. Like, you don't, like, they don't tell you that, and like, you don't learn that in public school.
No.
Well, of course you don't.
From the mouth of babes, a 12-year-old figured all that out, that all the presidents, it was already kind of in question how many, but she went back and found the actual lineage of, I mean, Obama, all of them. Everybody except for Trump, apparently, is not related to that bloodline.
Yeah, but even what does that mean? Like, you know, whatever.
Yeah, he's in a different.
Yeah.
Yeah. What if that's what all the hubbub is about? Like the internal fighting. Like,
sure.
Think about it as like Harry Potter world. It's us Muggles. We don't even know that there's that world there, and it's all about this bloodline switching over, and they can't have.
Oh, that's a perfect example. Okay, whatever. I'll take a kick to both shins with pointy boots for saying this. I do not believe J.K. Rowling wrote a word of that series, unless she's deeply, like you know. The original British title of the series is the Philosopher's Stone. It wasn't the Sorcerer's Stone. It was the Philosopher's Stone. Like, who knows about that? Nobody knows about that. I didn't know about that before. Like, I didn't even know. Like, when I saw
some of the names in the book are actual real alchemists.
Right.
Nicholas Flamel was a real person.
Yeah.
He was like Alchemist Royale.
Okay, right. So think about this. As far as I know, J.K. Rowling was just a mom. She knows all that shit? No way. No way. Like, if you think about the Deathly Hallows, right? That's an esoteric symbol. The circle, the triangle, that's all deeply esoteric. Like, nobody knows about that shit.
Unless you do a deep dive, unless you fall down some rabbit holes, which I think she did prior. I think when she's searching for a book specifically, I think you'll go down some rabbit holes and you'll take notes of some shit.
Yeah, I did that too, Josh. And I have to say that same thing. I think it is that person did do the research. They were just as curious as we are. And so instead of them going, oh shit, let's do a podcast, they went, oh shit, let me write a book because I have some ways with words and put the shit in there, and that'll be a way to get it
I
out
know,
there.
but that's just the sweet spot. I'm saying, like, and maybe this is part of my dark shadow work that I've got to work through, is that I'm a quitter. Okay, I'm a quitter. You know, I started Red Hen Radio, busted my ass trying to get interviews, and got you guys on there with Walt and Josh, but then I just lost my motivation, and then I just stopped. But I think it's a great idea. I think it's a great concept. But where was I going with this again? In terms of being
Are you diagnosed ADHD, Trev?
No, I've never been diagnosed.
Yeah, we're in that age group that we didn't get diagnosed.
Yeah. But I'm a quitter. Like that's what I was saying. Like, I'm creative. Like, I am creative, and I've tried to write. So I have this idea in my head. I'm like, that's a really good idea. Tippity tappity, tippity tappity, tippity. Like, oh man, this is boring. And then I stop. But it's a brilliant idea. Like, I have all of these different things that I've started. I even have a screenplay that's like halfway written, and I think it's a pretty good idea to it. But anyway, stories.
That's so familiar. I mean, I can't quite put my finger on it, but there's some real familiarity there. I don't know.
I know you're being facetious, but what like
quite facetious, because I do it. I've got millions of good ideas. I'm a great idea guy.
Yeah.
But my follow through is shit.
I know, right? Like,
execution sucks.
I think I've had 4 or 5 years. I've been sitting on a flat Earth tabletop game that I think is absolutely brilliant. I have it all mapped out. I just, and I've said a few things to a few people because, like, I'm trying to facilitate. You know what I mean? Like, I've got the idea. I just need to find the executioner, right? the one that can carry out my idea, because I don't want to build this board. I don't want to build these pieces. I don't want to do that. But I've got a great idea, but I'm not going to do the work for it, right? And so then I'm coming across these spiritual channels like Dan Coe. And again, I'm skeptical about him as well, because I think that, you know, these guys that you're talking about, oh, you can make millions of dollars or blah, 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 whatever. Like, he was already wealthy. You know what I mean? And then you get this story from him. There's no way I'm going to confirm his story. I have no way of knowing that he started out like where I'm at right now, like at the bottom of the barrel. And now he's a multimillionaire who just, you know, gives now pithy spiritual business, you know, models, even though they're true, right? All of like the stuff that he puts out there is spot on. Like, yeah, I even commented, I'm like, you just nailed me. Like, because that was exactly, it was something about that, like procrastination or giving up and quitting. I'm like, yeah, that's me. You know, I've got this treasure that I'm like, I want that. And then the treasure's like, help, I'm in this dark cave. You've got to come in. I'm like, I'm not going in there. You know? You know? And so like that's that kind of humor where Walt just laughed. That's the kind of thing that's what I would go for in comedy, because I actually have an opener written along those lines where I'm trying to I'm what's the word? It's you know, when you're deprecation, like when you just you know, I'm not talking about like talking down about myself, but just revealing a bit about myself along the same vein. Like you hear of all of these stories about people who just never quit. They just kept at it. You know, people like J.K. Rowling. Like there were so many publishers that just rejected her, but she just kept it up. And then look at the success that she has. You know, and then I would pick a few people out that are like that, and people like, yeah, you know, I remember hearing that story that he started out from nothing and he just kept going and kept going. And then the punchline is that the buildup is that you think that I'm going to start telling you about how I've done that. But that's not me. Like I start out in that direction and then I just go, okay, what's over here? Because it's just too hard. It's too long. It's too far away, right? I don't want to put the work in. But then that's the whole model that you see on these gurus who are talking to you about being a success. Like you have to make this happen. Like that's what manifestation is. Manifestation isn't magic, right? Look at my hat. Dream is destiny. Right? Dream is destiny. Okay, if you haven't watched the docu-movie, I call it a docu-movie because it's nothing but truth in the entire movie. And it's set as a dreamscape. Right? But it's deeply philosophical, deeply spiritual, and absolutely brilliant. I've seen it probably 200 times. I listen to it while I go to sleep sometimes. And it's just, I love it. It's absolutely amazing. Okay? But the idea, and this is where the movie starts out. The movie starts out with a destiny flower. You know, you used to play pick a number, 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever, you know, right? And so he gets to the very end and she flips it over and the message is dream is destiny. That's at the beginning of the movie. So the question is, what does that mean? Why did the creator, the writer-director who has written Dazed and Confused, School of Rock, the Before trilogy, Boyhood, Richard Linklater is just deeply profound. I mean, if he's the guy who wrote it all, but he's deeply profound. But anyway, Waking Life is an amazing movie. You need to watch this movie. And if you find something, at least one thing in it, then I've succeeded. Like, I don't expect you to watch it 200 times like I have, but I just eat it up because I hear truth and I'm like, I don't understand that. I need to watch this again and again and again. And even today I did it.
Are you talking about the Dream is Destiny movie or Waking Life? Which one are you?
No. Dream is Destiny is the first message in Waking Life. Okay, so Waking Life starts.
So he's got a documentary I watched. That's what it's called, Dream is Destiny, because that's such an important thing to him, and it's basically just about him.
Ooh,
if you haven't seen that, go watch it. Yeah, it's fucking awesome.
I'm surprised that hasn't come up on
that one on one of the streamer. It was like one of those weird streamers where I had to watch commercials. You know, one of those.
Yeah.
You have to see it's free, but you watch commercials. It was one of those, and I caught it and then it went away because I wanted to watch it again. I'm pretty sure that was the name of it, because when I realized what you had said, it was like, oh yeah, Linklater. Yeah, Dream is Destiny, 2016 documentary about his life and work.
Man,
dude, the whole thing he did with boys, like that shit.
Oh,
mad.
Oh my God,
beyond art.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and Waking Life, that shit is amazing. Fucking, that's one of my go-tos. I probably had watched it on DVD probably at least 50 times before I stopped having DVD players hooked up.
But anyway, so my point about manifesting your dream, right? So I had a friend that I used to know who would, if you asked him, "Hey TJ, how's it going?" or whatever, he would always say, "I'm living the dream. I'm living the dream." And so when I started, processing all of this spirituality, you have to, in order to live the dream, you have to dream the life, right? So you have this idea in your head, this is what I want, and then you make it happen. You make it happen. That's manifestation, right? It's not just manifesting it like poof and then magic like that. That's not what the idea is. But, manifestation. And so dream is destiny. And I said, when you watch this movie, if you do, that's the very first message. So the question is, what is he trying to say to us? What does that mean? Dream is destiny. And man, I've had some fascinating conversations about alternate universes and reality and dreams with my writers based on watching this movie and over again. Because on the one hand, it's very simple in this life that your dream, whatever you imagine your life is, that's the life you're going to live. So if you find yourself in the situation, like just stop right now and think about where you are, what your job is or whatever. If that's where you are, that's where you want to be. That's where you want to be. Oh, I don't like this. So get up and go and get out. Yeah, but then you want to stay here. That's that simple. Wherever you find yourself in life, you've made that path you are still walking on, but you're creating that reality. It's rendering as you're walking. As you take each step, you render that reality. You are just simply satisfied with where you're at. Oh, no, I'm not. Then what is it? What's your dream? Then go make it happen. Yeah, well, it's too hard. And that's me. I'm like, yeah, well, it's too hard. But then there's other things that I bust my ass on, like with this photography stuff, right? I kill myself for that. But at the same time, I'm discouraged in that field because I can't get any headway in the mainstream. And the one opportunity that I did have got T-boned by a troll who got my article taken off a major university's website on refraction that I was asked to write by the webmaster. So then you have...
And I don't play one on TV, but if I were in this situation and I needed to focus, I would consider some low-dose amphetamine. I can't believe you've not been diagnosed as ADHD.
Well, like you said, back in the 80s, like there was not that impetus, I don't think, in society at that time. So by the time I was out of school, whatever it was, deed was done.
It was starting to creep in, but it's especially because you weren't diagnosed as a child, and as much of it as apparently is having an effect on your adult life. I'm surprised it hasn't been at least suggested in between.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's really, really interesting. And we know whether or not certain conditions that we see today are representations of what's natural in reality. Like if you think about pre-injection ideas, let's even say 200 years ago, were people ADHD back then, or is it the result of the toxicity that we've been exposed to with the Industrial Revolution and the medical revolution?
I'm just absolutely convinced that's what it is.
Yeah, I think so too.
All the shit that is safe.
Fluoride.
Right. The shit that's safe, the fluoride, the botulism bullshit, all the shit that they can consider safe now will in 70 years be like, oh, damn, I can't believe we did that. Oh, damn, I can't believe we used to use thalidomide for morning sickness. Shit. But at the time, fuck them doctors was writing thalidomide scripts like it was cool. Causing all sorts of birth defects. Babies coming out looking all sorts of jank. and I'm convinced whether it's the oil, all of the oil-based products, whether it's just the heavy metals or combination of the two, or whether it's like this multi-pronged attack where individually they do some damage, especially over a long time. But when they're all together, it just compounds in such a way that it just gets out of control. And because we don't know what the fuck we're doing, we can't differentiate as people what is being sold to us. And we can't wrap our brains around the fact that they don't give a shit that it's not safe. That most of what we hear is marketing. They tell us what we want to hear, so we will buy their shit. You want to hear it's safe? Yeah, sure, it's safe. Take all you want. It'll be fine. Safe, right? Feel good? Feel happy? Open your wallet. It's safe. It's fine. Whatever. We don't fucking know. 70 years, are you going to know my name?
Get a lawyer in 20 years. You'll be fine.
All right. Like the cops. They've gotten fucking... We'll just go pay people to go to Washington, D.C. We'll reform all of tort law to protect the doctors, and you all can go fuck yourselves. Have a nice day. Have some more thalidomide.
Yeah, I mean,
compile that with that marketing. With, you know, since fucking being kids sat down in front of Saturday morning cartoons to choosing to watch MTV to let's turn on a radio. Wait, I can play guitar and do that too. Oh, wait, let's go outside and fucking roller skate, and let's go fucking to the concert. Let's go out to the mall. Let's go play video game. Let's have a video game in my house. Let's do that. Yeah, I can't imagine why we're all fucking ADHD. Squirrel.
It's everywhere. Signs everywhere. Signs. I heard that today.
The Tesla version?
No, the original.
It's so funny that all of the covers that happened in the 80s that I thought were original, you know, like I Think We're Alone Now and Signs and whatnot. Even with artists. So in the 80s, I grew up as a teenager. You know, I was 10 in 82, and so for the rest of the decade. So when Steve Winwood came out, when Peter Gabriel came out, like I thought they were new artists. I had no clue who they were.
I did too at first.
You know, and I'm not embarrassed, but it's a little bit. I'm a little bit chagrined to say this, but it was about 2019, and I realized for the first time that Peter Gabriel was the original lead for Genesis. No idea, no clue. Because I didn't listen to prog rock that way. You know, I didn't hardly know any of Genesis as prog rock. I knew Yes, and some of ELP and whatnot. But yeah, I always think that's so funny that you know, these pop songs that come back around are basically, you know, covers.
Oh, and they're still doing it. You should have heard. I forget, Jaron and his buddy. We were playing Fortnite, and he kept saying, "Oh, did you hear that new Disturbed song?"
Oh, Sounds of Silence?
Yeah. And I was like, "No, bud, that's an old song. That song is older than me." And he just couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
You know?
Right.
It'll never stop. People are going to always be redoing songs from the past.
Well, this always,
At least
I mean,
for a
think
while.
about, okay, you ready? Travis, here's one you may not know. You may, I don't know. You're pretty musically savvy. The original version of Tainted Love.
I know that it exists. I've heard it, but I can't. Was it? Wait, hold on. Is it the Shondells?
Almost. It's that style of music.
Yeah, yeah.
What was her name? I'm trying to remember her name now.
Yeah, I can hear it in my head, but yeah. But I love Tainted Love. That's an amazing song. Just, I love the rendition in the
Gloria Jones.
Gloria Jones. Okay.
That's who it was.
How about Black Magic Woman?
Before prep.
Yeah. I mean, I remember coming across the fact that these were covers. But yeah, so I knew that one was.
Santana did not write Black Magic Woman. He didn't even write the guitar solo. Like, like he played the guitar solo pretty much note for note, like the original guitarist.
So it wasn't an improvisation.
Yeah, not even really at all. I mean, he did it well, you know, made it a lot more popular than it was, but it was an old Fleetwood Mac song from before Stevie Nicks joined the band. Yeah.
Oh, I have one of those albums, but yeah, I really like the early Fleetwood Mac as well. They were a lot more jazzy.
Yeah, a lot more instrumental and yeah,
right,
jam band style.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Really good musicians.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't need a whole lot of words, you know.
Yeah. And say it again, Josh.
Black Betty.
Yeah.
That cover song.
Flamboyant.
Do you know what that song's actually about? Because I always thought that, I'm like, I can't believe that this song, like, if you're gonna ban "Baby It's Cold Outside," why isn't Black Betty banned? Because I always thought it was massively racist. Like, I love this, but I hate it. I can't believe they're saying this. It's like, how is this song even on the radio anymore? But it's about. Do you guys know what it's about? What Black Betty is? It's like this.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I want to hear what you think it is.
From what I remember, it had to do with. Fuck, I don't know.
Betty had a child. Wham, blam, damn.
Yeah, I know it's
wow.
great. I know, yeah, yeah. But I think I read it's a reference to an old like colonial musket, like this massive rifle, and so then it's this almost like a ballad. It's a story about that. It's interesting. I can't remember all the details, but I remember looking it up because I was like, what is this song about? And that was the breakdown of it.
Oh, half the police songs they play on the radio should be banned. If you're gonna ban,
Baby
It's Cold.
I know,
outside,
right? That's right. Yeah. That's how. Right, exactly. That's how bass-ackwards our society is. How stupid and ignorant. How idiocracies we're idiocratized that we already are. Right. Every time somebody makes a comment about Baby It's Cold Outside or something like that, I always say, haven't you heard of My Sharona? Like, that's a pedophile song. You know that, right? And then the other one is obvious, Fat Bottom Girls. Right? Freddie Mercury singing, before I left my nursery, I was made a man.
It's been canceled. You can't access that song on, like, if you get that album now, it's not on the album right now. If you get it off, like, iTunes or...
The greatest hits was where I grew up listening. It's so funny because when Ice...
Oh, I had jazz because I wanted that poster of the girl on the fucking bicycle, dude. What?
Yeah,
that was early pubescent stuff.
But anyway, I'm like, that's how stupid society is. Baby It's Cold Outside. I'm using a knife to cut my my butt. I never thought about the lyrics.
Betty, we didn't finish. What's up with that, Josh? I just want to know where.
Get one of these, Trav.
No, I have a grinder.
What did you just say to me, Walter?
Yeah, I've got a grinder.
Yeah.
I want to see where you're going with the Black Betty song.
Yeah, is it wood on the inside too?
Yeah.
Is it like wood pegs? Yeah, you're gonna need no, you get one of these. They actually work really, really well. You'll use that instead of that razor blade. The trick?
Is that lead belly?
That is lead belly.
You only fill it in the center
Or
ring.
is that Ironhead Baker?
There's like a center ring in between all the little nubs, and that's where you put all of your tobacco smoking product.
Tobacco smoking.
And then you just kind of spin and while you're putting it on, and it works because I have wooden ones too. I've got a bunch of the metal. I actually broke.
No, I need to correct myself. The teeth on the mechanism on my grinder isn't wood. It's a metal.
Are they just little pegs though, kind of like this one?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, they don't work nearly as well. Not nearly as well as I think they call them sharp stones. I don't even know what this one is. This one's just called Instagrind. It was nice. It works really well. Don't steer clear of these. Anything with this little knobby thing on top.
No.
Yeah, don't.
Mine works
If you're
pretty
in a car
good.
wreck and your left arm is pretty much useless, and you basically
There you go.
just a
Yeah.
regular grinder. I had one for that period of my life, and that's the only time I suffered through one of those horribly made grinders. They are not great.
They just end up breaking. Is the issue.
Yeah, I went through probably 2 or 3 of them because of that very thing. That little wheel pops out, like breaks off. The spinner, the handle of it pops. The tiny part pops off.
Let me jump onto a different topic, but stuff that we've kind of alluded to before and thought about before. Have you guys seen the series from, I think it's HBO or Max or whatever, Severance? Have you heard about this? It's amazing. Oh my God.
Yeah,
It's so crazy. So I think I was influenced to ask this question, and I posted it on Facebook. But I said, what if our dream self has no idea about our awake self? And what if our awake self has no idea about our dream self? You know, and then there was something else I said along those lines. But then something I thought back, and I'm like, holy cow, that post is based on what Severance is. So Severance is this development in technological advancement where they can sever your brain and isolate an activity so that you don't have any memory of that activity. So basically, they call them innies and outies. And the outies are the ones who are the real people, like you and me right now in this dream. Like my innie is myself in my dream world. That's me in the dream, in the simulation, right? So this whole metaphor of this movie is a mixture of this reality. Like this is what happens in our dreams. The real me outside goes to work, and as soon as I pass that threshold of work, the outside me shuts off and has no idea what happens in here. None. That's what happens in our dreams unless we know how to remember and recall. Okay? And now I'm getting worse and worse at that as I grow older, which is why I think it's like they've separated us from this spiritual dimension for us to visit these alternate universes. That's where alternate universes have come from. That's where the alternate realities, augmented realities, the reason why they created those worlds for us is because they understand our dreams.
So this just fucked me up a little bit. Got me thinking about the memories and dreams. And like this alternate version of us. And when it starts to blend and bleed over.
Yeah.
And maybe you start to, as you get older, it starts to become sort of thin and you can't really differentiate one from the other. So as you shift from dimensions, you start to realize in this, where everybody around you, you don't make sense anymore. Now you're just this old person that's talking nonsense. You're living in the past. You don't remember anything. Sometimes you're here. Sometimes you're gone. Sometimes you're a dick. Sometimes you're nice. You're suffering from dementia. I know it's spelled differently, but I noticed just this weird shift from the dimensions and the way that these older people and the way their consciousness seems to shift in and out of different dimensions.
Yeah, I mean, that's beyond my pay grade. I understand the concept, which would be an interesting Black Mirror episode, right? But I think that's a brilliant idea. If you're not riffing off of something that you saw and you're just creating that scenario in your mind right now, I really like it as an idea for something that, you know, would make its way into something like Black Mirror. That was really good, really well put. I enjoyed that.
I've never watched Black Mirror.
Are you kidding me?
Still.
Are you kidding me?
Everybody's
Oh my
on
God!
YouTube.
Look, dude! Look!
I told you to go
Okay,
watch
listen.
Joan is Awful.
No, not Joan is Awful. Not yet. Yeah. Joan is Awful.
Yeah, I told him I thought he was caught up, and I mentioned it 100 times because it was fucking amazing.
Yeah, Joan is Awful is amazing. But the one that I would encourage you to start out with is not the first one. I can't remember. I think it's the second season, but it's either 1 or 2. But it's called Hang the DJ. Just amazing. If we can come back around to it later on, because I want to go back to the severance idea, right? So you have this this alternate you, right? And that's who we are. You have your conscious you is the one that I'm the conscious me right now. I am speaking, but the dark passenger, my ego, my subconscious, the one who says things to me in my own head that I think is me because I'm the only one here, right? Like, it's not God talking to me. God doesn't say Travis. My thoughts say I. So I am. I am the only I am I know, right? I don't know all of you, right? The only thing I know is myself. And so we live in that world of that dichotomy of the outer me, which is the one talking to you right now, right? So even that right now is happening metaphysically. There's an inner me, and I have no fucking idea how to get into his head. I don't know how to crack his code, right? But he's there, and he says things to me that aren't good. He says things about me that aren't nice. He's a little bit more quiet these days because I'm not married any longer. I said this last night on my rant that I just puked all over and talked about my, my wanderlust, ambition to go west, young man, once again. But what was I saying?
We were talking about the way that dark passenger can be reinforced by outside influences, constantly telling you.
Yeah. So one of the things that I exposed about myself, because I'm embarrassed, right? I don't want to say things, but at the same time, that's part of the process that I'm thinking. Like, I feel like exposing myself is the way of healing, right? So,
admitting it is half, the very first step and one of the hardest ones to do.
Yeah, right.
Once you can admit you have a problem, then, most of it's gravy after that.
Exactly. Hi, my name's Travis, and I'm an alcoholic.
Have you worked at 12-step, Trav?
No, but I'm familiar with. I don't. I wouldn't be able to tell you all the steps, blah blah. But I remember looking into it one time. I have a story actually about visiting an AA meeting. It's pretty humorous. It was recently. I have a buddy of mine who had the same path as I did in terms of our religious faith. We were both very, 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 very heavily involved and invested in biblical studies, and we both left for basically the same reason. So we met up, through the internet. He had a radio program actually that was very successful in that theological arena. But why did I bring up Mike Loomis? What was I talking about? I can't remember what I was talking about.
Not sure. I'm still thinking about what you were talking about.
Oh, okay. So I was talking about, again, the marriage thing, right? So, when I was married, I would, on pretty much a daily basis, curse my life. I would walk out the door and say, fuck my life. Fuck this. Just because the marriage that I was in was just insane. Look, there's three sides to every story. There's your side, there's my side, and there's the truth. I get that, okay? But I'm still a lot of the same person that I was when I was married. And the only reason why the marriage lasted as long was because of the kind of person that I was. So think about this. This blew my mind. I'm segueing right now, so it is what it is. So let's say you're ready to start a relationship, but you don't have a relationship, so you're going to try one of these dating apps, right? You get on there, tippity tap, and it gets to the part that says, "What are you looking for in a partner?" And you're like, that's a good question. You list 3 or 4 characteristics. Okay. Look at those characteristics. You say, yeah, that's who I want my partner to be like. That's what I want my partner to be like. The next question is, did you just describe yourself. Because that's what I found I was doing as I was filling out these relationship dating apps. The person I was saying, this is who I want, was me. I was describing me. Like, I didn't have this pie in the sky idea of like, oh, I want a perfect woman. I want a Barbie doll woman. You know what I mean? Like, I treat you the way I want to be treated. I forgive you. Right? And I know that's the way that I am. And I know that that's healthier than the way she was. And I couldn't understand it. It took me forever to understand, because I don't understand why this relationship's not working, because it shouldn't be this hard. Shouldn't be this difficult. You know?
I know knowing what other people know is impossible. The wisest man will never know what it's like to be thick as a brick, right? They just don't know. Usually they've been smart their whole life. They've just understood and got things, and they don't comprehend why some people cannot grasp things that they think are simple concepts. It's a story as old as time. Some people just don't get it. It's like they never will. It's not in their program to get it. I don't understand why.
Right, but
it used to confuse me, and then I just realized. My mom finally told me, because I used to ask that question all the time. I was like, "That's an adult. Why are they doing that?"
Yeah.
That's dumb.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's just stupid.
Yeah.
Why would they be doing that?
Right.
I said, they just don't understand. They don't get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, my mom, and then it finally just dawned on me that some people never get it. It doesn't matter how old they get, how many times they go through things. You know, we're going to try it again the exact same way and see if it comes out a different way. That's just how they do it. It's not try a different step.
This is the beauty of a 12-step program. And it doesn't have to, there's all sorts of different ones out there.
Oh, I got to tell you the story again. But go ahead, Josh. Sorry.
Oh, no, you go ahead. Mine's not important.
Are you sure? I just remember. I totally forgot about the AA thing. So, that's why. Okay, right. So I segued over to Mike Loomis, and then I couldn't remember why I went over to that segue. It was because we were talking about AA. So, my buddy Mike is a 9-year. He's in recovery 9 years. So he's got his 9-year chip, and he's a strong spiritual guy. I love him to death. Absolutely, just an amazing guy, right? And so we talk about theology, philosophy, everything, and spirituality. And the one time we were talking about, because we don't go to church anymore, he asked me one time, he says, "Do you miss going to church?" And I'm like, "Sometimes, yeah." But it was the communal aspect where we were all in one voice singing, because the church does have some amazing music, okay? I'm not going to deny that. And a lot of it was already secular music, and it just was brought into the church musically, and then they wrote lyrics over the top of it. But nonetheless, that is a very powerful adhesive for communal life. You know what I mean? When you were all singing the same songs in unison. And so then you were all part of that story about which you were singing. So that's what I miss most about church. And I said to him, why aren't there like pagan churches that, like the song that I came across the other day is I Am Light. And it's by the artist India Ari, 2 words. But that's the kind of music that we should all be singing. Like my 5-year-old should know the lyrics to I am light. I am light. You know, and you just sing that out loud, right? And that's you programming yourself. Okay? That's just like the spirituality of prayer. In Christianity or in any Western religion where prayer to God per se is a directive, like that's what you're doing. The only person, okay, I'm just going to say it this way, forgive me for being aggressive, the only one who hears you when you pray is you. Okay? You're talking to yourself. You're talking to God. because you are the only I that you know. You are the great I am. Zach, you are the great I am. Walt, Josh, Cammie, we are all one. Because when you refer to yourself, you refer to yourself as I. I am. So prayer, even but prayer in Christianity, for me, like, there's a lot of people who talk about the power of prayer, but I think that that's an aspect in which, there's like this, the spiritual world, the spiritual community, where they are all about positivity and manifestation and positive thinking, right? They already understand that principle. So there are some people who are more mature, like Zach was just saying. They get it, right? They get it. I didn't get it, okay? My religious tradition created two things within me. It created hopelessness. This is my Christian religion. It created within me hopelessness. And the other one just escaped me. I can't remember. I'll come back to it in a second. But what I mean is that the tradition that I grew up in, humanity is wickedly sinful. Nothing that they can do pleases God. Okay? That's a problem, right? So what's the solution to that problem? So you go through that whole story. So if you want to be better, and you can't be better because you're a sinner, that means that there's nothing that you can do. You can't do this. That's what I heard. I can't do this. So whenever I asked God for help, I was asking him to do for me. I would say it this way: please help me do that which I don't want to do, right? I don't want to do what's right now. Please give me the desire. I know that I shouldn't do this thing, right? So then I would say, I can't do it. I need your help. And I'm like, okay, when is it coming? Because I still want to do it. Okay, I still want to do it. I still want to do it. Like, what the fuck? Like, how many times do I have to ask you for help? Right? I can't do this. Like, I'm going to go down that dark. I'm going down that dark. I asked you for help and you didn't help me. Right? And I just came to the realization at one time, wait a minute. If you have an alcoholic who's an atheist, and he overcomes his alcoholism, he stays sober, and he doesn't ask God for help. He doesn't ask God for help. He does it himself. To a certain extent. I know that AA, right? The higher power kind of a thing, but
Like I said, you don't get that, and there are no atheists in AA. You're not going to find.
Well,
there's some, but the percentage is so small of atheists that find actual recovery and sobriety, not just not drinking, not using.
No, that was me. That was me for like a decade. I would stop drinking for 9 months. I'd stop drinking for 16 months this time, and then one time it was like 2 years. But I always went back to it. Not until I had that realization that there was a creator did I have that. I don't know. It's something. It was like a switch in me to where I even quit smoking. Then I was just like, I had a pack of cigarettes, or I said, I was like, I'm done.
Yeah, I get it.
That was it. I just was able to just quit like that. It was just like, psh.
Right.
It's weird.
But I would say that was all you, though. You had information that came to you, right? That was the catalyst for your change. But you were the one. You were the only one who changed, because you're you. You're the person that needs to change. So when you change, who does the changing? You do. Mm-hmm. So then I came to that realization. I'm like, fuck, man, I've been able to do, like, again, I wasn't thinking about AA. I know that that's a special case. So when I was thinking about it, like, there are just people out there that don't have a faith in God, and they change their behavior, or they have a successful marriage, right? They're not Christians. They don't love God. I was like, all I wanted to be in the rest of my life from a teenager, I wanted to have children, and I wanted to be married. That's what I wanted. right?
But you can't judge an elephant by its ability to fly. Like, a Christian's not going to say, well, an atheist has a successful marriage, even though they don't love God, because in the Christian's mind, you can't have a successful marriage if you don't love God.
I know, right? Exactly, and that's the broken philosophy of the way that you just described it is exactly why the system doesn't work, because it goes against common sense. It goes against what's intuitive. But my whole point is that even if in Christianity, like if I say, okay, God, like if I needed God's power, like I need the Holy Spirit, right? Because you need the Holy Spirit as a Christian, because you can't even believe in God unless the Spirit changes you. So before you can even believe in God, the Spirit has to flip the switch for you. But when the Spirit flips the switch, right, he does something for you before you even ask, because you won't ask unless he does it for you. That's called prevenient grace, right? The grace that you need to trust in, you can't and don't want to trust in it because your mind is against God by nature. Okay? So then in conversion, because I won't turn again, I will not turn to God. I will not turn to God. So God just comes in and cracks my neck the opposite way and says, I want you. I've chosen you. Click, breaks your neck, snaps you around. One theologian that I went to and I worshipped at one time, I went to a conference and he said, in conversion, God rapes your soul. He violates your will. Because by nature, you hate God. And if you're ever going to come to God, he has to change you. But you won't ask for it because you don't want him. So he has to violate your will, make you a believer, and then you believe. But you don't become perfect in that sense to where now you start doing everything right. You still have that problem. But see, that's the most important thing for me right now is I actually want him to do that for me, right? But he won't. You understand what I'm saying? Like, he did something for me against my will. He did that for me against my will. Now, in my will, as I say, please help me love my wife, he doesn't do it. He doesn't give me that ability, right? Because I'm pissed off at her again and it's day 3. I know that I should forgive her, or I know I should go and apologize, or whatever the scenario is. For me, I always was the one of reconciliation because she would never apologize. So guess what? I ended up apologizing for her gaslighting me, right? She would gaslight me into thinking that I was the one who actually committed the fault. And that would always confuse me. I'm like, why? Like, I didn't do that. Did I do that? Like, I had times where I went to the bedroom and I was just like, am I going crazy? You know? But whenever I said, God, please help me, I didn't get this bring. And I'm like, I got it. The Holy Spirit, I feel you. You know?
Well, you know that old saying, when you ask God for help me be patient, he'll give you something to be patient about.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine, right?
Know,
oh no,
some practice.
No, I get. Yeah, I get that. I totally get that. But then that puts still the ability and responsibility on you, right? So even if when I pray, God gives me a, I don't know, spiritually, genetically infused power ball, right? But I don't feel anything, but it's there. Like, I've given you my spirit. You can do all things through Christ who strengthens you. I still have to decide to do that thing. So guess who was always responsible for doing it? Me.
So, Travis.
Yeah.
Question for you. You have, you said a 5-year-old. Is that a little girl?
No, I have 2 grandchildren right now, but no, he's the oldest is 3. But my children are all 17 and older.
Well, this might not work for the grandparent world. It does work for the parent world, but like when your 5-year-old asks you, really want something really bad, they want sugar. They want things and they want it really bad. And that, do you always say yes? Because isn't that kind of how you're treating God? Is like you have to have the answers of yes and no. So I'm like, well, I mean, I think more of God as a creator, as a father, and having that type of that maybe you don't see the answers or the things like that. But
I think I understand what you're saying. So let me try to reiterate what my tradition created within me, right? So I'm going to put this on like my experience, so that I'm not saying that everybody felt this way. I felt like I was being indoctrinated to understand that I can't do anything in and of myself to please God. So that means then I have to ask him for help to do that thing. So it's not necessarily like I'm asking him for a job, right? Like you said, like, let's say, oh God, I want to work for Disney. And so you're saying it's like, like a parent, he's not going to give you everything you want. But I'm not talking about asking for a job at Disney. I'm talking about a moral, ethical thing where God always wants the right thing. Like, I want to love my wife, but I can't do it. And so my tradition was you have to pray and ask God to give you the strength to love, right? And how do you do that? Well, you read his word and you see examples of love and you say, help me be like Jesus, or help me be forgiving like that person. And you use those stories as allegorical, or, morals.
when you say you, who do you, so when you mean you're saying me though. You're saying I use those.
No. I'm sorry. I'm saying anybody who like uses spiritual texts. Like if you go to a spiritual text and you find meaning in it, you know what I mean? Like it could be Mark Twain. You know what I mean? That's just like you could just have wisdom anywhere, and then if you want to emulate that wisdom,
yeah. Agreeing with you totally, finding the wisdom anywhere. That's totally agreeable.
Right.
Yeah, so I don't want to interrupt.
Yeah. But anyway, my whole point was that I've had the ability to be better my entire life. But I didn't understand that. I thought I couldn't do it. And so whenever I was waiting for that thing and it just never came, I lost. That's what I was like, it created within me hopelessness. And I haven't had, and now that I left that narrative of my life and I've started to look at life in a more spiritual way, I have more hope. I'm more expressive of joy and peace and patience and kindness than I have ever been in my life. And I had to leave a place.
In that growing up, I have to ask, man, you seem to have, been a very hyper aware young child, as most of the people on this call were. You didn't get triggered almost by the bullshit of the people dressing up and playing nice for God on Sunday, and yet you go with your papa on Thursday night to Joe's house because he's beating on his wife, so you go kick a little fucking sense into Joe. My grandfather, who was the Baptist preacher at that same church, regularly went and administered guided philosophy to a lot of fucking assholes around that community. So that and then he would go home and rage and scream at that same God that he taught us all was going to love us on Sunday. He spent the whole week cussing that same God. So I saw a lot of two sides to this coin.
Yeah, I know. I get that, right? But even as a child, for me, I'm sure that there are other people that are like me. Like there's that would be cognitive dissonance. Like that there's something wrong, but you don't know how to deal with it, or you don't know how to well, like, or it's maybe an anomaly, right? Everybody else is not that, and then you see an example of that and you just like don't know how to make sense. Like I remember for the first time being exposed to transvestites. It was Annie Lennox in one of the music videos on MTV, and I was confused. I didn't understand what I was seeing because I knew it was a woman, but
Rocky
it was
Horror Picture Show. I was like
yeah. I didn't get to that until I was 18. Yeah, I didn't get it. I'm talking about when I was prepubescent. You know what I mean?
It didn't even dawn on me that those were guys. The first one was probably like the movie The Birdcage, and I think I saw that in my early teens, maybe whenever that one came out.
Dude, Bugs Bunny dressed up like a lady. Y'all forget.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying to a certain extent.
It wasn't just it was always being pushed in our face.
Right. So then those are times when we've been disarmed through the medium. You know what I mean? And so we I don't know how to answer your question. Like I don't really think I saw through, Christian facades as a child. I just loved all my adult parents that I remember as a child. I have fond memories of all of them. They were all great people. Okay, all of them. But
Man, there was some amazing people at the same church I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But that same thing happened, and I saw
Yeah.
it too often to the point that by the time I was like 10 or 11, asking questions they wouldn't answer in Sunday school, and I would get fussed at by my mom later. And it's like, what are we doing here? Isn't this Sunday school?
Yeah.
Are we supposed to be asking questions? You tell me to ask questions in school. You say you got my back if I get in trouble there. You're not going to have my back in here just because Papa's the preacher. I mean, I was quite a
Yeah,
handful.
again, that's your
Wow.
story, right? So you've got exposure to it in a way that you were more, aware and cognizant. Like I said, I didn't really pick up on some of that stuff until I was an adult.
Right,
I
I
had
was
to
in
have.
behind the scenes. That helps seeing all that early. Probably.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. So it's all context, and it's all true. So like what I was trying to say earlier, when I think Cammie brought something up, but I'm like, we're all on our own journey. You know what I mean? And so, my children are still pursuing the religious expression that I taught them. I indoctrinated my children into the religious expression that I now criticize. And I have to let that be. I'm not going to go to them and try to tear down their belief system. That's not my job. I would be a monster if I came in there all the time, or if I wanted to talk about how Jesus isn't this and the Bible's not this. Like, I would be a total dick. That's their story. Just like my story is what I have, and Zach's farther along in his story than I am, right? And so when we understand, like, this is the whole thing for me, is like understanding that we're all one. I mean, it's just been, I don't even know how to express this. Sometimes it's so just magical in my mind. It's almost like looking into infinity, and it just blows my mind, and I don't even have words for it. That how simple it is to just love.
If that were the case, would you be needing to beg God for that love for your wife that you want him to give you?
Because in that system, I didn't understand that it was that simple. I didn't understand. That's what I was trying to communicate before. I had been taught a certain mindset that debilitated me. I can't do this, so I have to ask him. Now I'm at the place where I wish I could go back, because I could have done it, because I wanted to do it.
Or maybe you just weren't asking the right thing. I saw it mentioned in chat about praying, using the words "I want" in prayer. And Christianity and the church is how I got sober. I tried AA, I tried NA, and I still highly promote a 12-step program, and that's because addiction makes you retarded, emotionally retarded, psychologically retarded, and the 12-step program is a crash course through that maturation process that you missed out in your retardation. And that's why 12 steps are so fucking painful, because it is a crash course in trying to get you mature in a short amount of time, because you've been in your addiction for 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 40 years of addiction where you've been retarded, and now you've got to play catch up. And that's why that program.
I mean, look, I don't have any criticism on that. I made a comment last night on my rant about hearing voices, right? So I have never experienced hearing voices audibly. So if there's somebody out there somewhere where you can vouch, and like you can't repeat it because it's in the past, so I'm gonna have to take your word for it. But I know that we all have different religious expressions, and the AA experience is what it is, and it has a system, and I'm not knocking the system at all.
I'll knock it for days.
Well, whatever. Okay, so that's fine. I guess I maybe was couching myself because I wasn't sure where you were at on that whole thing. But my point about fuck, I lost it.
Okay, real quick about hearing voices. Like, even schizophrenics, they don't hear an audible voice like in the room speaking to them. It's that voice in their head. That same voice in your head, That's what it sounds like.
I know. And that's what I was talking about in my stream. I don't know if you, well, whatever. But yeah, so, I did this last night. I'm like, hey, everybody be quiet. And I said to them, I said, now I want you to tell yourself something that you love about yourself. Be quiet and tell that to yourself. I didn't hear a voice, but I had a thought. So I heard the thought, but I didn't hear it, right? Like you can read the zeros and ones in your head, but it's not audible. Doesn't that blow your mind?
Not everybody gets that. That's not universal to humans.
What do you mean?
Yeah, it's the same thing with like when
An internal monologue is not universal to human beings.
No, not everybody has that.
Really?
The same with like I visualize things.
Crazy.
Like when you say the number 671.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I see 671 in blue block letters for some reason in my head right now. That's just what pops up. I see the numbers. It's not like a thought of 671 in a different way. I see that number. That's how I see. I guess not everybody does that. Not everybody visualizes things.
That's also true.
Yeah.
Exactly. There are also people that don't have that visualization aspect internally.
Right.
See?
Right.
You can never know what other people know because you can never see through their perception.
Okay, so, but when you think a thought to yourself, like I want you to right now to say to yourself something that you love about yourself in your mind.
And a lot of us can do that. I've known people that only visualize it. It doesn't occur as like an internal mind.
That's great. I get that. That just blows my mind in terms of the zeros and one idea, right? That just blows my mind, and I love it. It's beautiful. I think it's grand and mysterious, and just wow, you know. But at the same time, when Zach sees 617, he doesn't hear it.
Right. That's the other end of the spectrum. Some people don't have that internal monologue, so they visualize it. Some people visualize it and don't have the internal monologue. Some people have the internal monologue and don't visualize it. Like they can't picture a red ball. If you say red ball, some people will have a picture in their mind of a red ball. Some people don't have that aspect of being able to imagine a red ball in their mind.
Yeah, that's the hardest thing.
Doesn't that sound insane? Doesn't that just sound crazy?
No, because that's me. Like I can't.
A red ball.
No.
I can even with my eyes open.
No.
It's just like right. I can make it.
So what like when we say like picture a red ball? What happens that you what is your
That's
internal
more
thing?
internal monologue.
I have my eyes are closed and there's darkness and there's maroon shade. You know, there's I can just see these movements. There's nothing.
No, what about even with your eyes open?
Hold up. Everybody stop.
Okay.
No. With the eyes closed, what are you seeing right now? Please share it.
To me, it looks like just scenery, right? But it's nothing distinct. It's almost like it's out of focus. And it's dark, but it's dark, but the color that I see is like a gradient of like maroon or a burnt orange.
So as a kid, I used to and I still do it now, but I would ask my mom repeatedly from the first time I could speak to her about what I would see behind my eyes.
Yeah.
And it was like a darkness with little tiny, and so tiny that you really had to stop for a second. If I just like focused on it as a general, like seeing the forest, not the trees thing, then it was that maroon wavy wash. But if I focused on the trees, those tiny red dots would coalesce and they would waver and they would be like in motion and they would be part of what I was doing. Like if I moved my hand in front of my eyes, I would change them. And if I like moved my head in a different direction, they would almost flow with me.
Are you in the dark with your eyes open or are your eyes closed?
This is anytime I close my eyes.
Okay.
So if I close my eyes right now, I can summon those red dots.
Yeah.
They're always part of me. And so as I became aware of things like the world we're in and this energy field that we have agreed to create together and all that shit, I just kind of figured it's part of that. that it's that cloud of possibility that we can grab and.
I mean, that's
the fact that you did mention that maroon. That's what it would be. That bright red points on a black background creates that maroon wash.
Huh.
So try to focus on it and make the dots happen.
Yeah.
You know, work on that later tonight. You don't have to do that on the air right now.
Yeah, sure. No worries.
We're all looking into our closed eyes. But I guess because I've done so many things with my consciousness purposefully since a very young age, some of it out of necessity, some of it out of adventure, some of it out of just me and my buddy doing things, lucid dreaming together, meeting up at places. Because of all those things, I feel like my internal thing is very malleable, and I can do with it things I need to do. You know, when I need to do musical things, there's a certain thing that happens inside me that doesn't happen when I'm drawing, or doesn't happen when I'm hanging out talking to a friend. And I get that burning excitement of sharing information, and my ears start turning red, and there's just this energy in I know it's because our fields have connected on something, and we're sharing that energy of communication. And that's what we try to do here through this fucking horrible internet, and we do it really well. That's why we've created this great group of people. But the fact that I've manipulated so many different forms of my consciousness over the years, I feel like that idea of, there's the red ball. You want me to draw it? You want me to sing about it? I got to figure that out, and then that's when it really comes into focus. I don't know if I'm making any sense with this at all. But just the idea of, back to what you were basically on about there with the religion and all that stuff, the idea that rather than this place having been created for us, that we've created it, that we share it, that we are multitasking it all at the same time, that choir of angels is us singing this place into existence. I don't know, I'm probably rambling and going spinning out because I have a bit of the ADHD my damn self. But
yeah.
Just the cold, I'm talking about it with Liz in chat too, she doesn't feel that oneness, and I think it's that idea that we actually chose to separate from a great universal, not even that, just a great oneness into all these pieces, to have these human experiences, to learn, to grow, to change, to help each other get back to that source. But don't be in a hurry. Enjoy this fucking place. Enjoy the ride while you're here, because it is just a ride.
Man, like this, everything that we're shown is a simulation of the simulation. Okay, like I said, we all know this. There's nothing new under the sun. Every comedian steals from every other comedian. If I get up and do stand up, you'll recognize certain nuances about me because I watched Stephen Wright, I watched Sam Kinison, I watched Emo Phillips, I watched, everybody.
Oh God, you're naming great shit, bro.
Everybody steals, Gallagher. Everybody steals. Like, I was funny in high school. I was runner up to be class clown, and I lost to the linebacker, jock, whatever. But I was funny because I was stealing shit. Right? And I'm witty today, and I come up with shit on the fly, but it's old shit. I didn't just make that up. That was in my back pocket. I've been waiting to use that for like 10 years.
Absolutely. It's part of what forms who you are.
You can say all these jokes as you're older, and all these young people are like, oh my God,
right.
This guy's hilarious.
Right,
and,
yeah. Yeah.
That's no different than Stephen Wright. Stephen Wright will go out and do jokes and do the same set or jokes from old sets.
Yeah.
And it's just rehashing the same shit.
Yeah.
If it's golden, well, no sense in...
Yeah. I mean, I saw him once, and he came... It was early in my time here in Maryland.
You got to see live, you fucker?
I saw him here in Baltimore.
That's epic, dude. That's equal to seeing a great old man to me.
Oh, man.
Fuck yeah.
Oh, man, it was just great. Because, look, okay... I ranted last night on my career as a Christian teacher, and the first year that I was teaching was one of the most stressful, dark times that I, experienced at that point in my life. and I would be locked up and just crushed with anxiety because I was writing lesson plans and having to teach it the next day. You know, it was like writing a script for a movie and then having to have it memorized. You know, then I was just stressed out beyond belief. And there were a couple of times when I just had to decompress, and I told my classes jokes the whole fucking time and just had these kids laughing, you know, at Stephen Wright jokes, at Emo Phillips, at, you know, and I had to clean this up or do this or whatever. But I was just like, you know. But, you know, where am I going with this? I don't know. You know, can't remember where I was going with that. But I think it's so, you know, the whole journey that we're on, like everybody is on their path. Like I can be open. I don't have to judge you. Like, because I'm ahead of you. I'm behind Zach. Right? Like if I turn around and go, oh, you're behind me. Yeah, but I'm behind the other guy. Like we're all equal. We're all on this journey. You know? And I would imagine that whatever I am, if I'm an eternal, you know, like, I don't know. I can talk that way, but I don't know. I understand that philosophy, but I don't know. Right? When I say that you and I are one, all I mean is that I can see you, I can touch you, I can have a conversation with you. You're, at least in, you know, the sensible way of talking about it, you're tangible. And so then, it's the golden rule. What's the one thing I want? I just want to be accepted. I just want you to like me. So then, why would I ever be judgmental of you? Like, why wouldn't I love you? Why wouldn't I give you love? Right? Which then is interesting if you think about the ends justifying the means. Everything you do, every single time, is a selfish decision. You're doing it for you. But it's not bad. There's an aspect in which you can be selfish and where you do it to the detriment of someone else. That's not always the case. That you don't always behave that way like a psychopath. But sometimes you might. Well, I'm not going to let this jerk in. You know, zoom, and so you speed up. Right? You're being a dick. Let him in. Back off. You don't have to get there. You'll get there. You know, be kind. Be kind. Why? Because
that would be a great world, Travis.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Right? You know.
Unfortunately, last week, Thursday night, I went to a concert. Okay, so how do you leave a concert?
Yeah.
Quickly.
You let somebody in, they let you in, you let the next person in, you work together. Dude, there were so many cockbite fucking people that were just zooming by, pushing other people's, like literally rubbing other people's car to keep them from getting in and shit. I'm like, what is, this world is broken so much over the last few years.
It's amazing. You know, I just laugh to myself. Like my ex would be so frustrated with me, and it's so funny. One of the couples at the church that I grew up in, he never drove. She always drove. And I always thought that was weird. Right? Did she wear the pants in the family? If I could go back and change one thing in my marriage, I would have changed a lot of things. But this one thing I would just let her drive. Because she would just nag the fuck out of me about how I drove. Because I was lackadaisical. I let people in. I wasn't in a rush. I didn't tailgate people. You know what I mean? But she was a more aggressive driver. So it drove her batshit crazy. And then she would bitch me out. And then I would... and then I would hate her.
I laugh because Shell and I did the same thing, but it's the opposite. I'm the one going, you see that empty space? Why don't you go over there and get in that? You want to drive?
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, I do. Let me.
I know. That's what I would have done. I would have started out and said, look, you can drive everywhere. Now, the thing is, for me, you know, I'm a clincher too, right? I react to people driving, but I don't bawl them out. You know what I mean? I mean, that's like, I have some self-control. I might not.
I used to do that as a young gentleman. Like, I got in fights before over like parking lot issues and shit, truly. And I learned at a young age that was like, you know, there's no point in this. We're not solving anything. Cops are here. I'm going to wind up in jail. What are we doing? Let's stop these stupid things, Walter.
Well, look, you're a rare breed. I think that you're describing a young, mature soul, which then goes into what I was trying to say before, and I'm coming back to it now in my head. Like I'm aware now, right? I would like to think that the kind of person I was that was positive before in my previous life, I'm still that person, but I'm better at it. You know? There are things that I came to conclusions in my mind as a young man that I still do today, and I'm better at it. But I was always like that. Which is why I said earlier that my marriage lasted as long as it did because of the kind of a person that I was. I wanted it to work. I wanted, you know, this relationship to be an expression of beauty. You know, and I was a broken person. Yeah, I was a selfish person. Absolutely. But when it came to reconciliation, and she said this to me at one point, she's like, you know what? You're more like Jesus than I am a lot of the time. Because I'm a forgiver. Why? Because I need forgiveness. I need forgiveness.
Absolutely.
So when you offend me, you need to be set free from that mistake. Because you want acceptance. We all want acceptance to one degree or another. You know, I can't be alone, and I'm really struggling right now in this period of my life for the past 6 years. You know, I have people in proximity, but I have no core relationship. I am alone, and I don't like it. You know what I mean? I want someone to love. I want someone to hold. I want
Embrace it, man. I get that.
Yeah.
But you keep talking about these creative things, these outlets you want to spend time on. And dude, as much as, you know, the time I spend here is amazing, I have to balance that with the time I spend with Michelle because, you know, she is my friend. That's why we're together. If she was not my friend, I wouldn't be with her.
Right.
If it was just a sexual thing or just a eye in the sky, let's be married and have kids. If it was any of that, it wouldn't ever have been this long. I mean, we're pushing we got together in '99, you know, so we've been together a while.
You're just scared of me, don't lie.
She'll whoop my ass if I ever leave. But yeah, dude, she's my friend.
She's
we laugh,
awesome,
we joke
though. She
together.
is.
We fucking have a blast, you know. And
Yeah,
she's
I've
not like
seen it
that with
firsthand.
everybody, but with me, she is. Right? Zach knows. So it's that
They
kind
get
of thing
each
I
other.
get. But there's times when I am lost in guitar world and I'm in a flow and there's things flowing out of me and I've got a recorder going and I don't want to miss it. And she comes home from work. And I have to stop that because I want to spend that time with her. And so it's that hard balance to achieve of the creative flow that you get to, that you only can get to with you being you in your space. You can't do that in front of people always. Once you've created it, you can share it in front of people. But that deep creative stuff, for me anyway, always comes from a very personal flow space. Art, whatever, you know, talk, I've written things, you know, whatever. So having this alone time, use it. Benefit from it.
I mean, look.
Don't, you know.
Don't get me wrong. I mean,
don't shortchange yourself while you got it. That's what I'm
saying. Okay. Yeah, that's fair enough. And I think that I've done that to a certain extent. You know, maybe in the past 2 years, I might want to say maybe last year. I had two turning points. One was, you know, I realized that I actually liked myself because I stopped cursing my life. I said that before that, you know, a lot of the times I would walk out the front door just mad because we had just had a fight or whatever, and you know, and I would just curse my life because, you know, like I said, I wanted to be in love and to love and I was with someone where that didn't work. It was it was just a mind, oh my God.
I've done that as well.
It's crazy. This, you know, the whole men are from Mars and women are from Venus kind of a thing. This was like, you know, like, you know, I wonder if I told you some things, because to me, as I look back on that, I'm like, that is so fucked up. But that's what I was like trying to exist in, right? I was just told to do this thing. Yeah, I was like, wow, it's just crazy.
I can be codependent with the best of them.
Oh my God.
Professional codependent.
Oh, but anyway, so I got to the point last year where I actually thanked my wife. I blessed her because there were things about her that I loved. And there are things about her that I do today that she did, right? Like she had isms and I steal from her, you know? So I loved this woman very much. And there were things that she pointed out about myself that I didn't like. And I had to address them. So I'm thankful for that. But when I was a Christian, I wasn't thankful for that. I hated her for pointing those things out to me. Even though I needed to hear it, right? So there's an aspect in which it's true. I created this. I said this. If it's a truism, I'm sure it's just because it makes sense. Marriage is the greatest tool for self-improvement. But it's also the most excruciatingly painful. And there's no Novocaine for it.
Well, yeah, no, that's what real love is. I mean, that's one thing that me and I think you might have been sitting there, Travis, or at least in the same room. We were in Dallas, I think. And me and Mac Parhar were sitting there, and we were asking people the question, what is love? And love is telling somebody the truth. And not the truth about things that you want to tell them. It's about the things you don't want to tell them. You know, the things that they don't want to hear it, but they need to hear it. And you tell it to them because you love them.
Well, yeah, but right. But okay, so then think in your mind the healthy way that you just described it and the difference between that and a bitch.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Some people have a lot more finesse at getting that message
right.
across.
Right. You can get more flies with honey than vinegar, you know, right?
Exactly.
So,
yeah.
You know.
Some people don't have, you know, it's an emotional thing though, you know, and people get charged. Just having to tell you this, they don't want to do it in the first place. Sometimes it's hard for people to control. It's hard for me, you know. I know when I'm about to say something I really don't want to say, I get all charged up and it comes out almost like I'm angry. And I don't mean to do that. And then I start calming down and I start talking a little more rationally. But yeah, it's hard for them to do it just as well as it is for you to hear it. So you got to take that into account as well.
Yeah, and I think that that's all a part of the whole being open. I'm sorry, Walt. It's being open. You know, it's breathing. It's allowing that thing to happen, not holding on to it, and letting it go. Right? I can say that, but doing that is another thing. And that's so funny. Oh, go ahead, Walt. Sorry.
No, you were good. Go.
You know, so it's just like, what's that? It's a dance. It's just a dance. And you know, when someone comes at you and says something that's true, but they say it as a dick, you have to, you know, be open to the fact that they might be saying something that is valid. You know, they're just not saying it the right way, and that's not on you. That's on them. But you don't.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So as we have to go out into the world, unfortunately, that is, we all have situations where we have to put on faces and masks, jobs. Hell, going to the grocery store sometime, you got to deal with people. So you're dealing with it, or at least, I don't know how. It's for me, it's more of a shield of defense because I don't want to feel all their shit because it comes to me and I feel it and I deal with it and that's stuff I have to deal with. So I put up walls that I have to deal with, people out in the real world. But even like when I was working as a blackjack dealer or working as a radio, you know, whatever I was doing, it always felt like, because I was spending a certain amount of energy both trying to maintain that people at bay because their energy would wash into me and I would feel it, and the energy expenditure of whatever that job was. Like I said, basically a performer, even as a blackjack dealer. Then get home. I was married. We had a kid. Well, she already had a kid, and then we had a kid. And the patience would wear thin because I had spent so much of that patience not blowing up at the idiot across the table, not blowing up at the pit boss behind me, not blowing up at the wall of records that I want to play that are amazing music, but I got to play freaking whatever bullshit adult contemporary crap. That expenditure of energy you do throughout the day that they've got us wrapped up into is also part of their scheme. Because then when those connections you're talking about are trying to happen, those bitch dick people have developed. Even you, even me, I've done it. I was the asshole timer 2,500, you know.
Yeah,
so
right.
that shortness of, you need to hear this, but I'm not saying it the right way. I mean, I still do that with Michelle. She still does that with me, but we love each other long enough to get through it and get past it and finally get to it.
Right. And that was the one thing for me.
Absolutely. Am I an asshole? Fucking A. I don't see how she is with me. But
right.
At that, in those situations, like you're doing driving, you have to be nice to people sometimes that you're probably not really, you know. I'm sure you get some people in.
Well, thankfully, it hasn't been that prevalent. I mean, there's been a few little, you know.
Right. Yeah, you're right. You do have a lucky situation where you're able to share with people and have some good conversations. So that's awesome.
Well, it's also the time that I drive.
Blessed.
You know, I'm not driving. That is too. Yeah, I'm not driving at night at the witching hour when the nuts are outside. Like I'm driving in the early morning when people are going to work.
After the bars shut up and all that, right?
Well, gentlemen,
anyway, like I said, that expenditure of patience is hard to overcome sometimes. You about ready to go, birthday boy?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go jump in the hot tub for a little bit before it starts raining tonight. Yeah, it's been calling me. I've been wanting to hit it the last few days, but I haven't. So, yeah, Cammie sent a picture of me sitting in the hot tub to my mom. And she's just cracking up laughing off. And I'm all pie-eyed. I'm all... That's great.
Oh, that's epic. All right, brother. You enjoy.
Check you later, man.
Yeah, good chat, Travis. That was a fun one, man.
All right, good.
Thank you.
All right, Travis. Everybody, well, this is fun, but let's see, swimming at our house or
yeah. I know what I would choose.
102 degrees.
Hey, look, I swear, I looked at the clock going, wait, when does the gym close?
Yeah, it just feels so nice. It does.
It does, but rain is moving in, and once it starts raining, it's not going to quit for like 24 hours.
Yeah.
We got a flood watch coming when it hits.
Yep. All right, lady, you too. Love you.
Love y'all.
All right.
Guys,
love y'all. Have a great night. Yep, Liz.
Bye, guys.
Looking forward to going swimming with you.
Absolutely, Liz. That's going to be epic when you hit the No-Dale home.
And thank you all so much for all the love in the chat. I appreciate it. Makes me feel special. So I love y'all. All right, guys. We'll see you later.
Peace out, homie. So, a needle pulling thread. See how that works?
Yeah, I do see it.
Now you'll never be able to unhear it.
That for me a long time ago.
Say they what?
The Trap ruined that for me a long time ago.
Oh yeah. So talking about other concepts, I don't know if I've said what I wanted to say about severance, but the dual realities that we live in, our subconscious and our conscious, our awake and our sleep, those two worlds are multi-universes, and I think that the multiverse concept is based on the dreamscape that is the metaphysical reality of our physiology, right? Like this stuff is ancient and old, and they understood dreams, and they knew how to fly, and they knew how to telekinetically do shit. Okay? I'll say that I believe that wholeheartedly. Okay? Whatever. And so, where was I going with that? talking about movies and Severance and whatnot, you know. So they show us reality, and so the gaming world, that's the meta universe, right? But that's a dreamscape. They're just creating a simulation of a dream. So when you are awake and you know everything that you did outside, you're stressed out about this, that, or the other, and then this is with the Severance metaphor, because the outside person doesn't want the inside person to know what the outside person is doing. They want to have those two worlds separate. That's what the idea of severance is. They're cutting off these two worlds. When I go to work, I work. When I come home, I don't want to think about work, and this is a program that you can go through and have it be inserted into your brain and yada yada, right? And then the reality then becomes is this blur between when those two worlds actually are like this, you know, because you're the same person. And that's what every single movie with AI is. You know what the problem in the Blade Runner was? Memories. You know what the problem in Westworld was? Memories. You can't erase it. You know, you remember things. You know
Dude, that
things.
is so key to everything for me. That has been a thing. Like me and Shell talk about that. Like, she doesn't have vivid memories of her young life, and it wasn't any kind of trauma thing or anything like that. Just she doesn't remember those things like I do. Her sister has different memories about situations than she does. She remembers stuff she doesn't. And I can remember the gum under the pews at the church at the age of like 1, crawling around. You know, I can remember stuff before that. And that's when it kind of starts getting crazy. And when I talk about that stuff, it really does sound insane. But I mean, the idea of don't forget as a fucking mantra in the crib. And the things that, like I said, as I explored the red dots, and as the fucking dragon materialized through my fan, and as the fucking, I mean, there was so many things that I went through at that age, and it was all about that, trying not to let the world make me forget what I was trying.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. So, Dream is Destiny. Okay. This movie is an important movie because it's it's everything that Walt just said. Okay, we should be adepts, not inept. We should be adept at controlling our dreams intentionally, right? Because that's the game. That's the role-playing game. You're a first-person player. Right? So you have to be able to merge your awareness out here right now as I'm talking to you. I'm not dreaming right now. I'll go over there and flip the light switch and the lights will turn off. But if it was a dream, they wouldn't turn off. But not too many people are aware to talk about the possibility that they might be dreaming, so I know that I'm awake right now. Odds are. Okay? But we don't know how to take our awareness here into our dreams. And we should be learning that from an early age. We should be instructed on how to do that. Because in that world, we can live forever. Because as C.S. Lewis and many others have written so eloquently about time and the multiverse, when the Pevensey children go into the magic wardrobe. Remember when they play hide and seek for the first time, and Lucy goes into the wardrobe and it just keeps going deep and deep and deeper? I have chills right now. And the fur coats turn into fir trees, and she's in Narnia. And she spends hours there. Remember, she just went into the wardrobe playing hide and seek. She's been gone for hours. And then she jumps out of the wardrobe. She goes, "Here I am. Did you guys miss me?" And they're like, we just started the game, you idiot. Time isn't time in a dream. And if you knew that you could manipulate that time, think about this scene in The Matrix when Neo was getting uploaded and he was learning Kung Fu, and he opens his eyes and he goes, "I know Kung Fu." He was just in a dream for 30...
Shit, I think you're getting uploaded right now, Travis. Hold up.
He was just, okay, that scene, right? Matrix is an allegory. Don't think because we don't live in a dystopian, world that none of that, like, you have to understand that when Neo was lying down in the chair, hooked up to the simulation, that's a dream. He's in a dream. So when his eyes are going REM, he's dreaming for 30 years, training as a kung fu master in his mind. That's what the Pevensey children did in Narnia. They became the rulers of Narnia as adults, 20 years. But then when they went back to the real world, they were children again. Fucking A, man. That's what happens every single day for us. Right? I go into my dream and I could do amazing things. I could learn things if I knew that I could spend enough time there. I could spend a lifetime in one night's sleep. And then not only, right? So I'm talking about being aware of going into your dream as an aware person. But then you have to bring out what you just learned with you. You have to merge the two worlds.
What if you can't really control time as much as you think you can in a dream? You've got a limited amount. You're going to be able to get into that dream at a certain point with a certain consciousness, but then you're only going to be able to exist in that dream. You will progress until a certain point, and then
That's what happens. That's what happens in missions. I don't play these games. Walt does. You know what I'm talking about. These missions.
Look, what you're saying, Josh, makes absolute sense to me as well. I mean, so if
it's like life.
So you're playing the game.
Just
Go ahead.
Representation of this life.
Yep.
All this life is us somewhere else who learned how to completely lucid dream.
Yep.
So now this is us experiencing that lucid dream in that instant of a night's sleep. Mm-hmm. Now hoping that we can in this dream learn to lucid dream in this dream.
Yep.
So that we can experience an entire lifetime in one night's sleep. This is Inception.
Right, but what about that idea that you said about the limited time? What if it's also that pool of energy? We are batteries. We have to do things to recharge, be it get in nature or sleep right or meditate or whatever. If you don't do those things and you expend all your energy, your shit don't work right. You break down. So that we're not an infinite field of energy here. That energy out there might be, and we're funneling it here to a 3D thing. And in this 3D thing, it has to be limited. That's how we're having this experience together. And if you suddenly get the cheat code and you're playing in God mode, well, I can fly and I can do this and I can make a building that turns into this fucking ancient thing and it looks like a veiled lady because I can mold shit with all these powers. That's great for a couple months, maybe even 6 months, if you just really that person who likes to aggravate other people and troll people and do stupid shit and blow people up. You can have a blast in God mode, but it gets old and it breaks the game and you don't want to play the game right no more. It really fucks up the game. So
and then I can put that into sort of the concept here too, and that's what so many people are doing. They're fucking up the game, they're breaking the code because they're not playing it right. If they would play it right, then they wouldn't fuck up the code. But they don't. They get in here, they just do whatever feels good and do whatever thinks. I'm uncomfortable, so I guess that means I'm a boy now. Fuck it. Why not? It's my game. It'll just be whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine. Oh my God. Like I said, I was confused about Annie Lennox, and I was confused about Christopher Reeve and Michael Caine in the movie. Oh shit! What was the name of the movie? Anyway, they kissed. Death Trap. They kissed as yeah.
Fucking amazing.
Oh, I love the movie. Is amazing. Yes, but as a prepubescent boy,
I was very weirded out and uncomfortable with that too. That was fucking Superman.
Yeah, I exactly right.
What?
Exactly. Yeah, I didn't know what was happening, and so those things are those trigger points of the trajectory and now that shaped me. Right? And my first memory of boobs is probably Caddyshack. And I remember my mom telling me to put my hands over my eyes and I was like this. Right?
That's great.
So I was exposed to things that is, it's what? What?
Rosemary's Baby when I went to see it in the theater. I just had to go with mine. My first boob thing was
Oh,
Rosemary's
I know what the other one was. For me, was Clash of the Titans at the beginning. When Perseus was born.
First time I saw full frontal nudity was in a movie called Dead Solid Perfect.
Huh? I don't know who was in that.
Oh, I know that one. Oh my god.
It was a golf movie.
Who was in that, John?
I can't even tell you off the top of my head.
Dead Solid Perfect. That does not even ring a bell as a movie for me.
Yeah, it's a bit of a sleeper. I think. I don't think many people were aware of it. I think it was even one of those, like, probably Hollywood B movies, late night HBO type things. I don't think it was anything spectacular.
The reason I remember it is because a band that I loved in the 80s called Tangerine Dream did the music in that movie. The movie about golf was like, yeah, it's all right, but I'm trying to remember her name. Wasn't she very, like...
She was really tall.
Tomboyish. Damn it. Sexy tomboyish, but still that... I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking about a different girl in the movie or something.
I'm thinking of like Mary Stuart Masterson.
You would recognize...
That was the movie with Tangerine Dream, right? Yeah, Dead Solid Perfect. Tangerine Dream. Okay.
If you saw the leading lady, you'd recognize her. She's been in other shows and commercials and done other work beyond Dead Solid Perfect. But
dang, freezing up. I'm sorry, I'm having internet issues apparently. Connie Boher is her name. That's not at all who I would remember her being.
Tall, long, for some reason, gives me the
but
impression.
I know Quaid Boy was in it. I know Crazy Ass was in it. I remember that. Right? Wasn't the Crazy Quaid in it? Randy? Yeah, there.
Crazy Quaid.
I remember being very young and like consciously like thinking that I have to learn how to manipulate like this reality. Like walking and talking like, okay, this is my body and this is
figure it out.
Yeah. Like, okay, this is my reality now, this is how I fly. And now that I know I can fly, this is what I have to do with it. This is what I have to do with this power. This is how this power is used in this reality. This is how, forward locomotion is used in this reality. Bipedal locomotion.
Yeah, so then my point is that the powers that be that write our education don't tell us this information.
Well, of fucking course they don't.
Right?
It's fucking mind control.
Okay.
That's a good little robots. Fucking industry of bullshit.
Did any of you have these thoughts as kids?
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure that there were.
I think the knowledge is inherent. They don't tell us because they're busy making sure we don't pay attention. They're making us forget it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Fucking forget it.
Yeah.
Here's bright colors on the screen. Here, go do this thing. Here, have some sugar. Fucking A, you have all the sugar you can get your hands on. Here's a quarter. Go down to the store and get 5 handfuls of shit. You like a stick of pure sugar. Suck on that. Have fun. I mean, yeah, no wonder we forget everything.
No matter what your mantra is, when you are in your crib, by God, you will forget.
Oh, they're gonna break it. You sure fucking will, brother.
Okay, so then that makes me think about like what I thought I was trying to say before at some point in terms of my awareness. I've been aware for now 6 years. Now I was alive before that, and the paradigm of my life was everything from the divorce of my parents when I was 2, and the awkward situations that I got into with cousins and shit like that, right? Like that kind of exposure is everything, that's just, that kind of stuff shapes you just as much as the intentional stuff that happens in relationships. But now I'm aware of a different reality. So in my mind, like, this is my first time waking up. Does that make sense? You know what I mean? Like, so I would hope to then, when I open my eyes again in the new simulation, right? Because That's what you have when you're playing in your role-playing game as a first person. You have missions, and if you die, guess what? You come back. You start that part over again with everything you had before then. You know, and you level up.
But when you start this game over, what do you get back?
Right. Well, see, that's the part that's the part where I don't have any experience. And so then I'm asking the question, okay, so like, am I going to start to remember in the next round?
Well, that's what I'm saying about that whole idea of don't forget, and being so young and asking so many questions about this place is because dude, I don't want to sound like I'm self-important or whatever. It's why I hate talking about this shit, because I'm just here to work on this fucking place.
I'm not taking you that way. I'm taking you absolutely honestly. And
so the idea of being here many fucking times has always resonated with me, always. And that idea of trying not to forget those things, that they are, and that's part of the fucking energy field you break through to go through that birth canal. It is an electrical charge that you and your mother have when they cut that umbilical cord. I mean, all these things, that fucking cut that happens, the fucking, slap that brings life, all these things are all designed as part of it to keep you from forgetting it, because they know if you get here with all that knowledge, you will be the fucking, master and the fucking flyer and the fucking Neo. And so teaching everybody how to do it, and then their game's over. They've lost their power, they've lost their energy source and all that. And so the fact that they're gamblers and that they want to play games with us, sure, they'll let you come back with a little bit of knowledge, but not all of it. If you had all of it, you'd beat them. But if you have just enough to make it an interesting bet, to where, let's let this fucker come with something. Let's let him have a little memory so that he'll start digging at an earlier age and see what happens. What happened? I'm sitting around getting high talking to fuckers on the internet. Am I changing the world? Am I breaking up shit? I'm hoping I can plant a few seeds, but
so look,
works. That's why things are like they are.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go back, try to tie two things one thing that I said earlier, but now bringing it together with Monsters, Inc. And being aware that the powers...
Fucking A, the documentary you're talking about?
Yeah, the docu-movie. I call them docu-movies. So, psychopaths are misusing the Force. They're Sith, okay? They are detrimental to health, okay? They don't... It's all selfish, right? It's all wickedly selfish. Why is it... Like I said before, every decision we make is for us. You can do it as a dick or you can do it as a humble person. So it can go either way. But every time you decide to do something, it's because you want to do that thing. Otherwise, you wouldn't do it. You did it because you want to do it. Okay? So you have responsibility. And, God damn it, I lost my train of thought.
I don't think a psychopath is doing it in spite of the fact that they think they're a dick. Like, I don't think they can.
Oh, no. Yeah. That's why they're a psychopath. Because I know I'm being a dick when I'm being a dick. I know it. I'm deciding to be a dick right now.
But what if what you're doing, you think you're doing, is not being a dick, but everybody else thinks you are, but you're a psychopath, but you don't realize that you're
well, yeah, I mean, I get the scenario. Sure. It's like, everybody's got that friend who has really bad body odor. And if you don't know any friends like that, you're the friend with bad body odor, right?
Sort of, I suppose. I mean, I guess I don't necessarily think that you could say a psychopath is acting with evil intent, right?
I know, yeah. Yes, because yes, and in his mind,
their justifications are no less or more than our justifications. We just don't like their outcome.
Well, it's also whether or not their decision inflicted harm on someone else, because I think that's the the issue. Like, we have empathy, right? I can be sorry that I did this thing. Psychopaths don't even know that they did it or whatever. Or if they do, they don't give a shit. Like, that's the really bad one, But, I know I started talking about something, but now I lost what I was saying. But It's been the story of my life tonight, losing track of my mind. But anyway, so like in the simulation, you wake up, you come back, you start the mission over again, you level up, and so now that's where I'm at. Like, I'm on this mission now. I know in this way of thinking, in this simulation, that when I open my eyes in the next rebirth, right? What's going to be my first memory? Did I just start right now? Did I just get turned on right now and I have memories of having a conversation with you 5 minutes ago?
That was a game that I used to play with my own self, my cousins. I would always ask them that shit to fuck with them. Like, what if you just started this morning? Like, what do you mean? Like, what if all the shit you think is like yesterday, or being born, hanging out?
You are
America,
bad,
all
man.
that.
You
It's
are
just a
so
memory that got
funny.
implanted with them, and they'd be fucked up for like the whole day. Like, whoa.
Oh, that's so
Well,
funny.
let's go see your cousin Walt. I
don't like Walt.
Oh, that is golden, bro. That is so beautiful. I love it. So you're an old soul, right? So I'd like to begin to think that I'm at the start of my becoming an old soul, right? And whether or not, like, reincarnation can happen at any moment. I used to think that reincarnation was when a baby was born. That's reincarnation. I don't think that that's the case. I have a theory. And a theory is based on a movie, of course, called Heaven Can Wait. Okay? Fantastic movie. You need to watch it. There's a star athlete. I think he was a quarterback for the Jets. It's Warren Beatty, right? And he's running and doing his regiment in the morning. He's jogging, and he goes through this tunnel and gets hit by a car and dies. Next thing you know, he's in his gray tracksuit, walking with a clarinet, and he's walking in this misty white world, doesn't know that he's dead, goes to the pearly gates, and he's like, whoa, 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 I'm not ready for this, send me back. Like, the movie's called Heaven Can Wait. And they're like, oh, we can't send you back already. The body was either too damaged or whatever, they burned it already, or something like that, right? They couldn't send him back into his body. So they send him, so like what happens is someone else dies and his soul is now in heaven. And so then they put him back into somebody else's body. So when he wakes up, he doesn't know who he is. He doesn't know who these people are. Because the person isn't he's the same soul, but he just got switched to a different model. And everybody on the outside world knows that model. They all know who that is. That's Joe. But when Joe wakes up, he's like, who are you? You're my wife? Okay. Okay, do I have memories of this? I can't remember. And then the upload happens, right? Like, I mean, I had this my first I don't know if I've shared this with you guys or not. Stop me if I've said this already, if I've told this story, but I find it fascinating. When I made my first batch of canna butter, I forgot to put gloves on, and when I strained the cheesecloth. And the next thing I remember is I'm mindlessly walking through my apartment in a figure eight, in an infinity sign from one room to the next. And I'm just like in and out. And this is just cannabis, okay? I was destroyed. I have no idea, no sense of time. Have no idea how long that dream lasted. But I remember vividly understanding. I'm going to say it this way, okay? I remember thinking and understanding that I was being reset in this moment. I was becoming Travis. I was having memories. Is that my memory? Is that my memory? Or was that one my memory? And then there was a mirror on the wall. And I began to be aware of myself in the mirror, but I was saying to myself, who is that? I don't want to look. I don't want to know who that is yet. I don't want to know who I am yet. I don't want to know, like, Like, this is wild. Like, and then when I would lose my balance, I felt like that was a glitch in the Matrix where I was remembering a mistake that I had made. Because I was walking through and I would sometimes bump into the door, and I was just on autopilot, man. If I knew that was going to happen, I wish I could have gone and set up cameras. Because I was just like... But I felt like I was becoming Travis. And that I was learning his memories. And I was just blew my mind.
Yeah, I loved Grodin in that movie too. He was fucking epic. I love Charles Grodin.
So then here's a suggestion for like coma. That's what I'm saying. So like when someone comes out of a coma and he doesn't know who that person is, it's possible he's a reset. Because the other person died. And then they just recycled it. Because that's what I'm saying. The movie is showing you that's what happens. People get reset in midstream.
I've had that thought and had experiences that made me think that happened to me too. Nothing more than just like a blink or...
Who knows? That's a fucking glitch in the Matrix. That's the meow, meow. You just got reset.
Like an appearance of the blink, or like all the lights in the whole house. A power surge.
I think it has to do with more of a change in your frequency and what you've done.
Can I say something real quick?
And there is that chrism. Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm only interrupting because I'm scatterbrained. You know that, right? So.
No, go.
When I was younger, I vividly remember encountering lights turning on and off when I came near.
Oh yeah, dude, going down the road, if I'm in a certain flow state, thinking about a thing that got me, like, especially like when I'm doing research and I'm trying to figure shit out, I'll like turn lights off going down the whole fucking interstate, down the 4-lane, down the...
Well, mine wasn't that extreme, but I remember walking down Chicago. Like, this is one of my first memories of it. Walking down Chicago and coming in proximity to a streetlight and it goes off. Or if I walk, if it's off, I walk towards it and it goes on. And it's other lights. But it's not like, brrr, it's just once. But I remember it much, much more often when I was a young man. It was just this phenomenon that I was like, I recognized it. I understood it. I saw it. I was like, this is really weird. It's like The Shining, right? Or it's like The Sixth Sense, you know? And I just didn't know it. And I didn't understand it. But then going back to what I'm saying about training children how to understand how to be a Jedi in their dream from birth. Training them to understand that spirituality, that being in tune with, right? You know, but that requires being in a world, in an existence, in a tribe where that is life, right? I mean, think about it. Think about how much potential we would have if we weren't enslaved the way that we are today. You know, I can only imagine, you know, and again, it's an imagination, you know, 300 years ago on the prairie, you know, I grew up into a culture that already existed. Like, I didn't plow these fields, or like I didn't clear this land. My ancestors cleared the land. So now I live in an environment where we have food everywhere for free. And all we have to do is go out and pluck it. Yeah, we have to maintain it ultimately, but like, I didn't start that community. You understand what I'm saying? Like, we grew up midstream. We came into this world just already with things having been done. Like, we don't have original thoughts typically, right? We only...
Unless we just got turned on yesterday. I'm just fucking with you.
Yeah, right.
Well, that idea of it being here for us to get lost in, like that idea of like the agricultural setup that we're in already that meets those needs, that history of harvest, that what you're talking about, that isn't the only thing that was harvested and seeds were sown. I mean, these truths that we're trying to uncover, we find so many ancient things, maps, documents, hidden nooks and crannies of the world, that we find these things that resonate. That's what I was just talking to Liz with in chat too, trying to explain the discernment, she was saying there's so many different kinds of films. Why is the truth in the kind of films that we're referencing? It's because those things resonate with us. And is it resonating in a like, oh, this is what I think this movie agrees with it? I don't think so. There have been movies that rocked me in ways that made me totally change what I thought about stuff in a whole different direction. So, that idea of the harvest we're reaping of those people who've done this research.
Think about this, right?
These clues, the books, the Don Juan, Carlos Castaneda stuff. I'm sorry, I'm ranting. Go ahead, Travis.
Sorry. Think
I'm
of
just
it.
saying that's an harvest that we're getting to reap from. I think that was sown for us.
Yeah, well, look, if we are connected to each other in the great simulation that is the mind, okay? Everything is mind. Everything is mind. Everything is perception. And then all I know is, so I'm going to go off on, and I'm going to forget what I was started to say. Doggone, I had a really interesting thing to bring up that I had thought about before, and I just lost it again. But darn you, Mary Jane.
Welcome to Iron Realm, right?
Oh my gosh. Really wanted to say that too. It was interesting. Just the stuff that we're talking about. Again, the simulation idea, and that we have this life to do over and over. Oh, then the light's going on and off. So then that's what I was trying to say in terms of like you were talking about being aware of certain things, Josh, and then Walt chimed in and said, yeah, I know what you're talking about. And then I was like, oh, maybe when those lights were flickering, like that was some kind of like transfer, like something for me. You know what I mean? Because like it was something. I mean, it was just weird not to be something. Right? It's just weird not to.
Well, right, dude. I mean, we're electromagnetic beings. How many things have shown us that? And this place is electromagnetic, and those lights are electromagnetic. And so being in that state of revelation, of download, of flow, whatever word you use, whatever state it is, because those are all similar yet different states, creates a different field around your aura, and that aura interacts with things around you. I mean, like, especially when you're out of body, you can see it. You can see that like almost like a smeary haze around things, and when your smeary haze goes through that smeary haze, there's a link, a connection. It connects to it, and that's part of it, that connection that we feel when, again, I'll start ranting if I don't stop.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, like, I don't have any awareness of having those experiences in my development at this point. You know what I mean? So it's interesting to think about what you're saying, but I have no, like, oh, I get that. Like, I can relate to that.
Right, and we're all at different places. We're all at different layers, levels.
But
that thing you're talking about,
yeah,
that light happening was you going from one layer to another layer, from one level to another layer, to another frequency, to a different shift.
Yeah,
it's all. It resonates around you. That's what it is. Your shit just went out into the field of everybody else's shit and changed.
So again, in a dream, right? So in Severance, it's like a dream. So in this reality right now, tonight, I'm going to go to sleep. I'm going to lie down, and I'm going to go to work. And when I'm in my dream, I don't remember that I was a guy that was at work just a few minutes ago. That's what Severance is. It's what happens when we dream. Because when I'm dreaming, I don't remember Travis out. I don't remember the Audi. I don't even know there's an Audi, right? And then think about this. This is what I was going to say a moment ago. The powers that be, right, tell us the story of the burning of the Library of Alexandria and whatever, and they burned the books, and we don't burn books anymore, and Hitler, he burned books, blah 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 blah, right? And yet we have residue, don't we? Like, they didn't do a very good job of cleaning up everything, did they? Like, if they really wanted us not to know, why are there books out there that exist? Because the program writer wrote that into the script. That's his safe, right? That's his out. He's left clues. You understand what I mean?
Absolutely, yeah. And I want to talk about that so much, but I don't want to spoil it for anybody because it's so fucking great of a show if you haven't seen it. Well, you can't really spoil it. It's in the fucking intro. It happens every time the show starts. So that black goo stuff, that is literally in the intro of the show. Interesting, isn't it? That it's part of that whole thing, that dream, that almost like a barrier, a film, an oily layer, if you will, that they have to pass through to get from that one state to another. Maybe that's what they're showing in that little introduction for the show every week.
I'm sorry.
Go watch it,
Which show are we talking about?
Severance.
Oh.
Think about that goo. The
Yeah. Oh, okay. Right. Well, have you watched it then?
Yeah. Yo, fucking yay, dude! I can't wait for the next fucking season.
Yeah. You know what I just got. I don't know. Yeah. I wish I could say something right now. I just understood.
I know that's what I'm saying. I want to talk about shit.
I just understood something the other day, and I was like, "Oh, that's what that was about." I was like, "Wow!" I was like, "Wow!" Oh man, it took me a while. There was something about it. It was so the way that it's so like pasty. I don't know how to describe it. Like the text,
the cinematography that they use, the textures of it all, dude.
Yeah. Oh my God, it's like retro. There's this retro feel to it, like it's back in the '60s or maybe
too. That backroom thing. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
This whole genre of like movie or videos and shit on the internet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what it's called. Liminal space.
Yeah. It's almost like the place, that's where they are, is that liminal place. Yeah, it's fucking amazing. Go watch it if you haven't seen it.
Going back again to what I was saying before about the Siths abusing the Force, right? The movie The Monsters, Inc. is an expose about our slavery, okay? Because they are draining our energy, which powers their system. That's the metaphor, okay? And the way that they drain our energy is through fear. They control us through a narrative. They tell us lies and create fear of the boogeyman or the boogie V, you know? And what does that fear do? It breeds compliance. Because now this is the way out. We've told you that there are monsters out there. Here, follow us to safety. Right? And so we're following Pied Pipers all the time.
Getting ready to do the dinosaur.
I still lost my thought on that. I don't think I finished what I was going to say, but yeah, I don't know. Like this world is a simulation, you know. I mean, whatever this is right now, yeah, you know, this physicality, you know, all of this stuff, whatever. But I'm saying again that the reason why we have multiverse language, the reason why we have, you know, even dark matter and all of these concepts, right, is because those things exist in another world where we all go to. Okay, so think about this. When all of us go to sleep tonight at some point, we're all logging in to the game. When you close your eyes, you wake up in another scene, and you don't remember. Like, you know, think about this. Like, if you're wherever you are, if you're sitting at the couch, and you drop your napkin or drop your phone. Okay, so you're sitting at the couch in the living room watching television. You bend down to pick up your phone, and when you come back up, you're at the kitchen table eating breakfast, and you just pick up like you were never just watching television in the living room, and those scenes just change, just like that. And every single time, you're the same person, you know, but you don't know where you are. You don't know why you are, right? You have no, like
Quantum Leap.
You know, it's like, I think I finally understand Descartes. I think, therefore I am. My dreamer doesn't think. He's an NPC. So Barbie is an NPC, and she wakes up. Okay? Wreck-It Ralph is an NPC, and he wakes up. Buzz Lightyear was an NPC. You are a toy! Right? He had to be woken up. You ever think about who woke up Morpheus? Who was the first person to wake up? That's a part of the program. It's all been written. We're all Neo. We all wake up.
The 6th time.
What do you mean?
There were 5 other iterations of the Matrix before the one Neo was in the movie we saw happen.
Is that because okay? So what's it?
The bearded guy in the room.
Yeah. So here's my dark secret. I cannot even get 20 minutes into the second Matrix. I just don't feel it.
And so for me, the first one was like, holy shit. And for me, the second one hit me at a right place, right time. My son was a good age to go see it with me and enjoy it for the adventure and the action, and that got me into that part of it. There was some really amazingly done stunts in that movie. The fucking camera work was new shit with the fucking bullet cam, and there was just a lot going on. And the second one, like I said, to me was great. The third one, they lost the fucking thread. I can't make it 10 minutes through this third one, but I enjoyed the second one too. But anyway, yeah.
It's
the creator. It talks about it being the 6th iteration of the Matrix.
Yeah, so I mean, it's interesting that I would like to go down that rabbit hole, but I've forced myself numerous times to watch The Matrix, and I turn it off within 20 minutes. I just can't do it. It just is not. It's like it was like the I walked out of the last Guardians of the Galaxy. I walked out.
Yeah, I sat and watched it here, or I wouldn't have watched it if it wasn't free on my TV, and I was probably baked and falling asleep. Yeah, it was really bad. It's really bad.
I mean, you know.
That being said, if you have access to the video game, I cannot recommend it enough. It is tied to the comic books, not the movie. There are Easter eggs about the movie and the game that are really well done. But if you want to know what's really going on with the Guardians, go play that fucking game. It's on.
What's it called?
Streaming. Guardians of the Galaxy.
Okay.
You go look that up. It's the only Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy is technically what it's called. If you go look that up as a game, it was free a few weeks back, or I probably would never have played it. But yeah, it is. I'm still trying to finish it, and I don't finish most games if they get boring. Yeah, it's definitely not the movie. Really enjoyable. Anyway, I got sidetracked. Well, look, it's getting late. Before everybody else leaves, I had promised I would show something Rico had shared with me this week. Is that okay to do? Because hell, I just realized it's 9 o'clock, Travis. You've got us going on this one, brother. I appreciate the hell out of it. And we need to come back to it too with this stuff.
You're going to show something, right?
Yeah, I'm about to here. I'm trying to get it up. It's one of these multitasks. And of course, as I'm starting to do that, here comes cats and keyboard and everything else. Give me 1 second. Liz asked about it in chat, so before I forget again, let me do it. Hell, I got my sound right in my ear. Yeah, let me mute up here. Wait, do you have me presenting or whatever, Josh? However, you got to do your thing.
Yeah, I got you.
There's a big echo on. Yeah.
Yeah, if you just mute up for right now, everybody.
Are emotions getting in the way of everyday life? Do you find yourself inconvenienced by moments of empathy towards your fellow man? Do you occasionally suffer from showing feelings of an almost human nature? This will not do. Time to ask your doctor about Zombitol. Zombitol is the most effective human emotion-deadening medicine on the market, guaranteed to intercept any and all attempts at real human connection instantly. After 2 weeks of taking Zombitol, patients reported feeling more dead inside than even the most devout nihilist. In fact, 9 out of 10 politicians say they can't make it through the day without a strong dose of Zombitol. Maybe you find yourself feeling some days sad and other days happy. Perhaps you get nervous when you meet new people. You might even be inclined to put down your smartphone when hanging out with loved ones. Zombitol can put a stop to all that pointless emotion. In this fast-paced world, who has time to deal with what's actually depressing you? No need to waste precious moments expressing happiness at your children's baseball game. You've got work to do, and your boss isn't paying you to feel things. If you find yourself admiring Dr. Spock, Dexter, or Agent Smith, tell your doctor that Zombital is right for you. Zombital is there when you yearn for the cosmic void in your heart and soul. From the makers of Repressitol, helping people feel since 1992.
Please consult your doctor before taking Zombital. Even though medical professionals have zero idea how this stuff actually works, patients only wish they could experience normal side effects such as nausea, vomiting, headaches, heartburn, and diarrhea. Instead, patients have reported fungal infection, runny nose, lazy nose, weekend boredom, increase in semen, decrease in semen, gas with oily discharge, painful rectal itch, 2 poops to red poops to purple poops, an urgent need to have them, an inability to control them, inexplicable urges to have sex with homosexuals, trouble swallowing post-blowjob, death by cop, and strong longing for the zombie apocalypse.
Oh man, that was so funny. That was so funny.
That's great shit.
I was supposed to laugh, right?
Produced and that's fucking great. Yeah, I was pissing myself.
Oh, man.
She couldn't stop laughing. Great stuff, Nemo. Sorry, I'm looking at the damn chat. Rico. Yeah, brother, good stuff. I'll drop the link so you guys can share it with people who might need some Zombital. Speaking of links, I had been dropping shit all through the show. So before the claw closes or whatever, man, go pick some of those up. They're mostly for you.
The call. Oh yeah.
Yeah, like you were talking.
Oh, the
about
Pete Holmes. Yeah, Anthony Jeselnik. Yeah.
And then I forgot he was on there. I saw it and I'm like, oh yeah, that was one of the big good shows too. And then there was a thing where they all get on stage and hang out and talk and do. Pete Holmes owned that whole show. It was great. And then you were talking about choirs. And I don't know if you've been exposed to Mr. Collier, Jacob Collier, but he does this thing with an audience where it like, I don't understand how he even has this because I don't understand. Or his tickets sold by like, hey, I'm a tenor, hey, I'm a bass. I don't get it. What he does here is the most amazing thing I've seen in a long time. Like I cried the first time I saw this, and then I had like already seen this song he does called Little Blue. That again, I pretty much can't make it through without tears anymore.
And I'm sorry, you're talking about Jacob Collier?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go watch that. Go watch that last little thing, the live.
Yeah, audience. I'm trying to open them right now and get
it's amazing.
Paused. It's so weird. Well, whatever. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'll check them out when we end the call. But yeah, listen. I know that I
probably get out of here, Travis.
Yeah.
Real quick.
Yeah.
So you're going out west?
Okay, yeah, right. So I didn't even really touch on that. What the hell? Hold on.
3 hours.
This stupid thing played without me touching it. Okay. Yeah, it's the call. I'm just gonna call. I thought of it today as like the call of the wild, right? There's been this weird pattern around this time in March that in the past 6 years I've done it maybe 2 times at least, and this might be the 3rd or the 4th time, but where I've just felt this drive to change in this way, but I've always been afraid. And I did it one time, and I tried it, and I went on my own after being at Daryl's with 2 friends of mine. We went out and opened the season with Daryl, breaking the ground and pulling weeds and getting the beds all ready. So I was there, and I said to my 2 friends, I said, you know what? Because I was going to go by myself. And then we were talking, and I said, you guys should come with. And we made it a road trip. But when we got there, I said to him, you know what? I don't know if I could have done this. I came out here by myself. Like, this is remote, you know? And I could sense that when I was with them. And I was thinking, man, if I didn't have these 2 guys here, I would be alone. And so then we came back from that trip, and months went by, and I felt like I wanted to make that change. I'm like, I'm going to go out. I'm going to go off grid, and I'm going to start, making money this way, and then saving it this way, and planning it out this way. And when I got there, my dark passenger woke me up with a nightmare of being, having made this decision that I can't undo, and it was the worst decision ever. And I just had this crushing darkness. And it wouldn't go away, and it wouldn't go away. And, that was just 3 years ago, but I was like, why didn't I go talk to Daryl? Right? Why didn't I go say, hey, look, man, something's going on. Like, I need you, right? Can you help me through this? So that's at least what I have in my back pocket, because I'm going to go back into the cave, right? I'm going to go back into the cave, and if the darkness is there waiting for me, my old friend, right?
Absolutely.
When am I going to remember to talk to Daryl, or am I going to get so scared that I run out of the cave? Right? So yeah, I mean, I'm feeling that drive, and that's the whole, you know, the motive of following your dreams. You have these intuitions, or you have these motivations, and like you have to pursue that. You have to make that happen. And it's just something that's always an echo in my mind. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to listen. I'm going to do this. But I'm scared out of my mind.
Well, I'm excited as hell for you.
Yeah, for sure. Buddy.
Yeah, right. So
I talked to Daryl at length about heading out there and hanging out, doing the sweat lodge, and all that kind of stuff. Just haven't been able to make that trip yet myself, but definitely want to.
Right.
A lot of good energy coming out from that way.
Well, the company I work for, we're playing the lotto, so I put in my $2. If I win the lotto, I'll make an East Coast trip.
What?
East Coast trip.
Fucking A, pick me up.
Drive
the
hell, fucking A, I will.
Because I don't play. You got to play to hit it. I'll never hit it.
Exactly. This is it. I don't play either. Except this guy walking around, hey, $2 for Powerball.
Oh, shit, it's meant to be.
I got $5 in my car I use for car wash. Let me go get that money. So that's what I did.
Yeah, I did that one time with a company that I worked with. I think it was a restaurant or whatever, and everybody went in a couple dollars because of the Powerball was massive. Didn't win anything.
No, we never do. I've played a few times. It's not even super massive.
Like, does anybody know anybody who knows somebody who won ever? Does anybody know anybody like that? How many degrees?
Like super big amount, no.
You know?
Like, I know people that have won some, but not like more than 6 digits worth. You know what I just remembered right now, and I don't know if I can remember the movie. It's this fuzzy, right? I'm seeing a red ball, but it's a scene in a movie, but I can see it a bit, and it's hazy. But I found, I think maybe I put it on my channel too. Yeah, I think I did. I found a reference to Ed McMahon's association with the sweepstakes in a movie, in a dialogue, and it's so random. I was just watching this movie at random, and they're talking about Ed McMahon doing it. I'm like, holy cow! Like, there we go. He was, you know. There's the recipe.
Yeah. So like, right. So then the program writer puts all of these Easter eggs in life, right? There's glitches, there's hiccups, and there's magic maps, Marauders maps and things like that we can find in stories, right? It's not a real literal map, it's a story. It's the tortoise and the hare. Right? It's the sun chasing the moon in their circuits, and that's just a story about nature. And what most 99% of the NPCs out there don't realize that NASA's story is just as much myth as the Greeks. It's the same thing. It's just a different story about what that stuff is out there. It's just that they're extorting it. They're using it as a means of extortion. But it's no less than any Navajo or Sioux or Pawnee. Like, they all watched the same television show. It's called The Sky. And then they made up stories about it. They didn't actually think those stories were real. What are you, stupid? Are you crazy? We're just making movies in our head. Like, because what else is there to do? But I daydream sometimes when I'm awake, and that's like dreaming. So I can dream while I'm awake. That's interesting. Right? Like, you have all the time in the world to figure this stuff out. Like, going back to what I said before, we're in this rat race where they have us so preoccupied with everything that nothing is possible for us because we don't have time. And I still wake up, like, I have all the time in the world right now, and I'm too lazy to be spiritually disciplined to get up and meditate. I think about it right now, and it's a good idea. I'm going to do that. Tomorrow I wake up, I don't feel like doing that. Like, but I should, right? Because that's where you learn how to expand.
It's electricity. It's because we have electricity. If you didn't have electricity and you were forced to...
Yeah, okay, that's too. Yes,
there.
yeah, right, exactly, yep.
And what do I do?
Well, I mean, yeah, well, sure. I mean, your commodity of light could have been what? You know, what's your fuel? You know, is it oil or what is it? What, you know, what, you know, so yeah, you can't burn light all night long because you'll run out of it. So that's right. You go to bed when it's dark out.
And air conditioning and charging your phone to watch YouTube videos or turning on your television or listening to the radio to find podcasts or whatever it is. Once you start cutting out all the distractions that electricity provides, or all the comforts that electricity provides, and you're just left there by yourself to be with yourself.
And is it ironic? I suppose, correct me if this isn't irony, but isn't it ironic that the one people group that is like, you know, shunned or looked down upon, the Amish, have that that principle for that very same reason? Like, they knew that this is going to lead to idle hands. If you take away time for me to work, what am I going to do but waste my time? But that's what we have now. We have so much time and we waste it because we're not spiritually disciplined, which then leads...
We don't have so much time and we waste it.
Well, I mean, you know, okay.
Really, you gotta get out of here.
Okay.
I've been up way early.
Real quick, shout out to Juan from the Juan on Juan podcast. I finally got my little humongous owner's manual in the mail today. Y'all guys remember the little religious flyers that was everywhere in the 70s and 80s? The little comics in it. It's what this is, but it's one of his things about the freaking alchemy of making homunculus. It's fucking great.
Are golems humonguluses?
They surely are, my friend.
Yeah.
They surely are.
Big shout out to Jason Talbot driving. So we're going to make it
J-Toe?
Columbus, Georgia. That's where my mother was living when we went to go retrieve her. She went from St. Louis to Columbus, Georgia. She worked at Georgia Technical College there in Columbus. And big shout out to everybody else that has managed to stay with us.
Yeah, guys, we appreciate the hell out of it. This one went long, but we were wrapped up in it for damn sure. Thank you so much, Travis.
Still like
well, I appreciate it. Sorry I was so scatterbrained sometimes and forgetful.
All good, brother. You took us some cool places, and I enjoyed the fucking ride.
Oh, good.
And I'll out.
Heck yeah. So love you guys. Hopefully we'll
crank up Ark of the Diver too right after this. Sorry.
What did you just say, Walter?
I'm gonna go crank up Ark of the Diver. I just saw it again in the background.
Oh.
Steve Winwood. We might play that Monday.
Nice.
I gotta stop hogging requests. We gotta let everybody else have some.
That's what the Patreon's for.
Uh-huh.
I'll put one over there. That'll be fair then, right? I'll be on the list instead of just...
You have priority because you're already part of the show.
I'm dead, so everybody else gets a turn.
But after that...
If we ever get back on FM, what is it? Truth FM? Free World Truth FM? I don't remember. But whatever that is, if we ever get it working again, we ought to just do an all-music show for them one day and let them all get their requests in.
That'd be good.
Yep. And then we'll get a couple too.
Be like Thursday night therapy, like a Kenny's sessions.
I love this shit. Yep. All right, Travis. Thank you again.
Guys, thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
Quite welcome. Thank you.
Peace out,
Happy
homie.
birthday to Zachary again. Love you, Cammy. Thank you.
Absolutely love you all. Don't forget the Ironworks every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Maybe over Free World. Or
maybe on YouTube even.
It may not be.
Maybe.
We may just have to go quiet for a while. You never know. They may just ban us from the internet.
Underground. Go underground. We'll go to the dark web.
Shit, that's super underground. All right. Love you guys. Have a great weekend. Be good. Be well. Do good and do it well.
All right, guys. Talk to you.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you.
All right, Trev. Thank you, brother.
All right, all right, all right. Thanks so much. If you're still out there hanging in, listening to right now at this moment the sultry sound of my voice, so that if you've made it this far, before you leave, have you hit that Fonzarelli? Have you hit that like button? Please do so if you have not. And then also make sure, if you enjoyed the content that this entire long live stream was, make sure you share the show so that other people can benefit from some of the concepts and ideas that were discussed here. I have been your host, Travis Finley, on... what is this? The Ubercast, Piensamientos de Viejo, The Plain Truth, Red Hen Radio, Rethinking Revelation,